Ladies and gentlemen, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we started the protection starts as begins. My name is Larissa Dmitsenko. I am writer and law defender. I will be your virtual guide concerning everything which will going on during today's forum. Tomorrow we will also see each other. I ask you, before we will open this forum, to honor the minutes of silence for those who died, for our lives, and for those who are killed by drones. Today, Kiev, 6 people were killed. Memory for everyone. Thank you. Today's forum of protection starts is organized in a partnership with agencies and refugee of UN Nation and charity Forum Right to Protection. Today is a whole day. We will talk how we can support people who need protection. It seemed to me, as I'm a person who also has something to do with the legal support, the question of a button of defense, and it's an effect you cannot switch it off. We always deal with people because it supports all of us. Because be socially useful for other person, it's very big challenge and big privilege. Help will facilitate people for those and those who need this help. I invite you to watch a short video before we will come to the introduction. I greet everyone one more time, and I ask you, the one who needs translation, English or Ukrainian, raise your hand, and you will be given the devices for translation. But please pay attention to the right head. Thank you very much, because we have some time to work before the break. We'll have a coffee break, and I would like to say that today's day we'll have a lot of things to do. You can see in the program that we will have panel discussion, but not only panel discussion. You will also have the section work on your page. You have you can see in which room, due to the QR code, is your section is located, and go there, proceed there after the first panel discussion and after first coffee break. And now I ask all of you switch your gadget off or put them in silent mode. We have the broadcast to Facebook and YouTube. I greet everyone who is involved and who can see us online. And today, after and during break, you'll be able to see and very interesting exhibition of Sergei Karavayna. You can see it in the entrance, and the same you can come to virtual visit in Sumy Transit Center, from where people who have to he have to move from where because the enemy puts them away from the settlement. The space is comfortable, and the space is allowed to be visited only by 2 persons, not to get discouraged that more people can be there. Technically, you will get such technical support to visit this space. And actually, we have finalized with technical issues concerning the safety. I will correct you here and during this forum, but now I would like to invite here Mr. Alexander Halkin, the president of Charity Fund, Right to Protection. Mr. Alexander, please get involved. Come to the stage. I'm inviting you. We can share any microphone which is comfortable to use. Good afternoon. If you don't mind, I will have a seat. It's more simple. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for nice words. We are very grateful for such space, for such new space. It's very nice space, and in some sense, it's a symbol like that. This building is also has suffered. It was not yesterday, but here we had shaheds incoming and missiles attacks. So even here we can see that even during today night and even the building that we are now. There are consequences of such terrible war. We today, I'm very grateful for you for being able to get involved despite very hard night in Kiev, and I think it will be very interesting event, and I would like to say a couple of words about general how why we wanted to come here, because today we have people here who have been forming the system of protection in this state. All of you all see such real needs of people who are suffering. It's a Kiev city, it's an example. It's a city that we have cities which suffering in the front line, and for example, such city, it's also front line, Kharkiv city, Dnipro city, and so on, and small cities as well. During the period, there are plenty of communities that are on the edge of their possibilities, and NGOs on the edge of resources, and families the edge of survival. Millions of people have lost a lot of things, and the basic things, it's a feeling of safety, feelings of dignity. And without this, it's impossible to make decision, plan, just live on. It's very difficult, you can say, impossible. The things that we provide, the things that we call service and protection, I understand, it's terminology, but I think that for us, it's the things that we call daily routine, it's the things that people badly need. It's basic minimum things for these people. Such services will help to survive. This is a point which give possibility to bring back the control, to find information, to get support and feel that you are not alone. We live in such surrounding which has been changing every minute. I think that many people have got used that fourth year of war, that we have to get adapted very quickly, I mean our services, and we have to learn the things what we are doing very quickly in order to improve and give people the things that we can give us in the best quality as we can do. This year, Ukraine is giving year 25, 26 as a transformation institution stage in the sphere of social protection, support of IDPs, veterans, children, and people with disability. And it's difficult but very important process, and for us it's a possibility to get integrated better in humanitarian approach, not only humanitarian state policy, to improve the coordination and make it in such a way to make the system of help to be more accessible for everyone who need it. We are here to assess the current situation, to establish the gaps and share the best practices, and to hear each other. And the main thing, to improve the system of protection, dignity, resilience, and sustainability and partnership. What things people needed, where we work as a sector, what things we need, how we can facilitate each other and support each other. And I believe that such a community is able to work and already works in very tight cooperation, partnership. We can listen to each other and hear. And that is why I invite all of us here to open dialogue, a decision, brave decision, and maybe ambitious, but realistic vision of our future concerning the development of protection. Thank you for your work with resilience, sustainable partnership, and I wish all of us a fruitful and inspired work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. And now I invite a greeting word, the representative of another partner, Deputy of UNDP Ukraine for Protection, Nina Maya-Frekver. And please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of UNHCR, we are really pleased to see all of you. A warm welcome to the Ministry of Social Policy and the two deputy ministers. We are really pleased you're here, and thank you for the support for the protection of Ukrainian people, in particular those who have been affected by the war and those who are internally displaced. I also want to welcome Volodymyr Vasilenko, the deputy governor of Ternopil, an oblast that has been amongst the safest oblasts for years since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, until last week, when people in Ternopil faced one of the deadliest attacks by the Russian Federation since the beginning of the war. And it is thanks to people like Volodymyr, who takes his responsibility to protect Ukrainian citizens, that none of the people that have been affected by the strike is left without a home and without support. And this is what protection means, that we take our responsibility seriously, no matter whether we work with the government at the central or at the local level, whether we work in a civil society organization or in a community or for a UN agency. We all have a responsibility to help protect those affected by the war and those who are internally displaced in particular. With these remarks, I would like to share with you a few findings of the most recent protection survey. We, together with the Office of the Ombudsman and our partners, including Right to Protection and others, we conduct a protection survey twice a year to understand whether internally displaced people, those who are trying to return and recover from their displacement and who are otherwise affected by the war, can access and enjoy their rights and services offered by the government. Unfortunately, the findings of round 2 of this survey, which will be released on 10th of December, International Human Rights Day, paint a really, really dark picture. 29% of internally displaced people are so unsafe that they cannot live an easy day-to-day life any longer. They're unable to exercise any of their rights or access services. This is a deterioration from our findings from round 1. We see that over 10% less people who live in the frontline areas are in a position to evacuate if the security situation deteriorates. 19% of people in frontline areas will not be able to evacuate because they do not know where to go, they do not know where to seek help, and they do not want to leave everything or the little that they have left behind without knowing where to go and what support to receive elsewhere. 62% of internally displaced people have their homes fully or partially destroyed or occupied. 62% of internally displaced people are without a home for themselves. And only 4% of IDPs report that until today they have been able to access full or partial compensation for their home that has been damaged or destroyed. The social protection system that should kick in to support people in their most vulnerable situation has become less accessible for internally displaced people. 13% of internally displaced people face barriers to access social protection system, whether it's to obtain a social assistance, a pension, or a social service. And what is most concerning is that internally displaced people with a specific needs, such as older people without support, a person with a disability or with a chronic illness, or a single caregiver, they even face greater barriers and cannot access the social protection system at 25%. These are not just figures. This is a reflection of lives of thousands and thousands of Ukrainian people who have been internally displaced. Internal displacement is not a choice. Internal displacement is a consequence of the war that has been inflicted upon them. The problem is, though, that the system needs to be more agile. The government system at the moment is too fragmented to provide effective support to internally displaced people. When somebody is newly displaced, they do not know which door to knock on. There are too many doors, and many of these doors do not open. And this is a huge problem. And this is why we are grateful to the Ministry of Social Policy that is developing the IDP pathway. The IDP pathway will hopefully in the future guide internally displaced people better to the right doors, and we also hope that then these doors will open to provide the much needed support in a lot less fragmented way than it is currently available. We also hope that Resolution 1307, with an improved evacuation mechanism, will be implemented without delay. And this mechanism needs to be specifically adapted to older people who live in the frontline areas. Older people and those living with a disability are at greatest risk in an evacuation context. It is no one else. And the evacuation mechanism needs to be better adjusted to cater to the needs of these people, including those who live in institutions in frontline areas. There is no excuse as to why People who live in an institution in frontline areas shouldn't be evacuated and relocated into safety and with dignity. We also hope that the government as a whole, through improved coordination, will start addressing all the barriers that IDPs are facing, whether it's barriers to the social protection system, to the compensation mechanism, to the evacuation mechanism, to access to justice. All of these barriers need to be addressed as a whole by the entire government of Ukraine, with all authorities involved at all levels. A barrier-free Ukraine needs to be a barrier-free Ukraine for everyone, including the 4 million internally displaced people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steffer. I understand that there will be no separate presentation of this survey because you have presented the main results. Am I correct? Yeah. I'm grateful to you for saving some time. And now we will start the first panel. I will kindly ask the support in replacement of the tables a bit because we don't want anyone to be turned with their back to the audience. And while these rearrangements are happening, I will just mention that the panel is very important. It's about the continuity of humanitarian protection and sustainable solutions. Since 2014, and this international armed conflict, we see that we are striving for some consistency, but sometimes we are still lagging behind with practices and policies. I will now invite here Ms. Ksenia Getz, Coordinator of Right to Protection. Yes, Ksenia, you will have the microphone. And yeah, now it's your turn to invite the rest of the speakers. Hello, dear colleagues. I will now invite our esteemed speakers to participate. Ansa Filippo, Deputy Head of OCHA in Ukraine. Next is Tetiana Kirayenko, Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine. Next, we have Anatoly Kamirny, Deputy Minister of Family and Unity, Department of Digitalization. Next, we have Vladimir Vasilenko from Ternopil Military Civilian Administration, Mr. Eike Ulrich-Vater, Project Director of Strengthening Communities in War-Affected Regions in Ukraine through GIZ. And also Alexander Halkin, President of Right to Protection. Before we begin, since we have some international speakers as well, please everyone remember that the headsets are available. I will be switching between languages depending on the speaker. And also I will ask speakers to be brief in their interventions under 7 minutes. After that, we will have Q&A. So briefly adding to the statistics presented by Nina, we have about 12.7 million people who need some protection services and aid. It is 1 in 2 or 3 persons in Ukraine, depending on what the denominator is, and we also have 4.6 IDPs, 5.8 million Ukrainians currently staying abroad, and between 3 and 5 million people still residing in the temporarily occupied territories. 1.6 million of them are children. They are experiencing systemic torture, forced disappearance, indoctrination, and persecution. Within the first 5 months of 2025, there was a 31% increase of the killed and injured compared to the previous years. And right now, the number of people with disabilities in Ukraine is 3.4 million, which is also a big increase. So we understand that the scope of suffering in Ukraine is huge, and the international organizations are doing a lot to help, as well as Ukrainian NGOs. But still, millions of people are now dependent on humanitarian aid, on the government support, or on the local community support. They are quite dependent in their survival strategies. And for many, this permanent survival strategies, their daily reality. We understand that the resources are limited while the needs of the population are only increasing and becoming more comprehensive. At the same time, the humanitarian donors are now prioritizing the regions of the east and the south, while the IDPs in the center and west of the country do not have their needs met. As a result, we have some vacuum in humanitarian response. So we have lots of IDPs with acute needs and humanitarian services. So here is the background against we are discussing the continuity of protection. We will be discussing the resources, policies, practices, and actions, and how they need to be arranged so that the support services are not stopped when the projects are over. How we make the arrangements with the communities, administrations, national NGOs who could keep on providing services. And also, one other task we have is to discuss what should be done right now for this transition to the government-provided social support does not create gaps for the population in need. And my first question is going to be asked in English.
I will start with you first. So, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, what has been the overall volume of funding allocated to the humanitarian response in Ukraine, and what share of that has gone to protection? The first question, and at the same time, there is no active discussion about transition. From OCHA perspective, how do you see this transition unfolding in terms of time frame, in terms of how protection fits into this transition, and which sectoral components are expected to transition first? And finally, how does OCHA envisage preserving flexibility? And if so, what should transition first and what should transition next? Thanks. Over.
Dziękuję. Good morning, Dore Ranok and Sophie. Very, very pleased to be here this morning, and thank you to UNHCR and R2P for organizing, but also to be with all of you on the panel. I'm very delighted, and I have the daunting task of being the first speaker of the first panel, so I'll do my best to try to set the scene and try to build also on what Nina and Sasha have mentioned that I think will echo in what I would like to say. So, you've asked me to look in my homework to look at 3 dimensions, right? The funding, the scale, the trends, navigating also the transition as we're moving forward into year 4 since the full-scale invasion, but also how do we maintain flexibility? So on the funding, I had a look at the numbers. So I look at the numbers of the humanitarian needs and response plan. That's what we could access easily, and looking at the funding to protection, the overall funding. And when you look at this funding, which I know is not all of the funding, but already can give some indication, you can see that since 2022, a total amount about 10.8 billion have been received in humanitarian funding. It's not small, and that also giving an idea of the support that has been provided. Now, if you look at this funding and you look at protection cumulatively, I'm looking at all of protection, including the different area of responsibility around gender-based violence, child protection. So not making a difference. We have a little less of 2 billion. Now, we need to look at usually protection, our activities, our service to the people, and so on. So I think we should not just lock ourselves down, oh, it's only a smaller part, because it's actually a lot of activities that have been implemented and services that have been provided to people. Is it enough? No. And when you look at the trends, it's actually interesting. If you look at the trend of the funding for the plan itself, it's been going down regularly year after year. It's, you have a bit of a downward trend. Now, if you look at the overall level of funding to the humanitarian needs and response plan in Ukraine, it's been one of the best funded plan, I would say, if you look at the global level. And in 2025, however, we see that there has been a drop, and we are right now, I looked at the numbers yesterday, about 46% funded vis-a-vis what we ask for. That's the lowest percentage that we've had since we've been looking at the response since 2022. So we need to be cognizant of that, but we tend usually say we are the least best funded plan in a way, because if you look globally, the amount of funding that we receive is amongst the highest in support of a crisis. And I think that that's a recognition also of the importance of the response and the support of the humanitarian community. Interestingly enough, the trend for the protection response is slightly different. And you can see that it kind of like was, if you compare it to the average of the funding the plan, it kind of like was lower than the average, and then came up further. I've made a slide on that one, and continue increasing. And if you look where we are now in 2025, the average funding for the protection clusters and activities is actually a bit higher. We are above 50%. Now, numbers and reports is what it is, but I think it tells a story as well in terms of the support and the importance of the protection in the humanitarian response. So I think that's something we need to look into. And I think around that point, it's also what it means for the people in terms of services. And I think that we've already started discussing since this morning around what is the impact on population that needs to continue the support. So for me, that's an important message that I wanted to share. And also that protection remains relatively strong overall. So that's a message we can take and continue, advocate for as well in terms of the support that needs to be provided. Now, on the question around transition, and that's actually quite interesting because there have been a number of questions, and I think transition is a valid question that we need to look into. We cannot just stay static and keep doing the same thing. And I think that, Sasha, you mentioned it also in your introductory remarks, is how are we working in complementarity together? Now, I wish I had a fully ready-made answer that I could give you. I don't, but I think that discussion like today are excellent for us to continue discussing. There is no one single answer to that. It's actually our common work with the government, with the international community, with the NGO partners on how do we move that forward. What I wanted to mention to you is that when we prepare the humanitarian needs and response plan, that's difficult to say. And this is what happened when you try to use acronyms all the time. We can see that the needs are evolving. So it's important that some of the needs might not need a humanitarian response, but they need a more, recovery or development type of response. And also we can look at the work that the government institutions have been doing increasingly more. So how do we work together and build? We are here to support and complement. So I think that's the first message that I want to talk about. But to your question, I think we need to look at two things when we talk about transition. We need to look at the what we do and the how we do it. And I think these are two elements that we've been looking at when we've been developing the plan for 2026 that we're almost finalizing, but still working on. On the what, you can see that protection remains a key component, and Kasia will go more into details, I understand, as we go along. But there are some of the needs that we were looking at, in 23 and 24 that maybe we don't need to look at. Maybe some of the needs have changed and we need to adapt to that. So I think we should always, when we look at transition, it's also speak on the humanitarian, about what we're doing and how we should do it to make sure that we have the right services to the people. Ultimately, it's about the people and what the people need, what we can do for them. So that's around the what. Also, we know that the downward trends of funding that I started talking about will continue. We expect that it will continue decreasing. So what should we do? How are we best placed from our angle and working with the government as well in terms of multiplying effect and using the resources the most purposefully? So I think that's something that we're looking into, and definitely there is a need for a humanitarian response in 2026, but not only. And what we also see is while the funding will decrease, we also see that the needs are not decreasing. They're actually evolving, they are changing, but they're not decreasing. So how do we answer to that equation together? And I think that's where my point on transition comes in. Now the how. It's also important, and that's what we've been doing and we continue doing, is how do we work together? And you might have heard about a new expression called the humanitarian reset globally in terms of looking at how do we reorganize ourselves and so on and so forth. We've been looking at that in the humanitarian coordination architecture. We've asked ourselves the questions, are we fit for purpose? Is the architecture that we have right now, that we've set up, is still adequate? And there is a number of things that we say, well, maybe not. And maybe we will not have all of the resources or the capacities to look at continuing the same thing. So that's something that we're working on right now. And you asked me the questions around the flexibility and, in particular, the changes of some clusters like the CCCM cluster. And there is an evolution, and I think Kasia will discuss more into details, but there are a number of changes that are going to happen in the coordination architecture. It doesn't mean that the service will disappear. And we need, I think, we're finalizing this, and we'll need to communicate more around those issues as we're finalizing so that we can also explain. So we're changing, we're evolving, we're adapting, both at the national level and most importantly at the local level as well. I think that's quite important. So looking forward, for the plan in 2026, we will really focus on some core issues, some core priorities that we've started looking at around, the frontline response, the support to newly displaced and evacuated people, emergency assistance for those affected by strikes, and also looking at the centrality of protection for vulnerable IDPs and at-risk group. And I think in that priorities, there will be a lot of work that we'll need to look at in terms of the transition. Now, your last question, and I'll try to keep it short because I have a tendency to speak forever, around flexibility. I think it's an excellent question, and definitely that has been a framing parameter of what we've looked at when we've done a plan. I usually say to my colleagues, a plan is a plan. A plan is there to help us think through what do we want to do, what is our strategy. But then it's a bit of a red line that we follow or we don't follow, and that's okay. And I think once we have the plan is how do we implement the plan? That's even more important than the plan in itself, because the evolution change, we've seen Ukraine, the context is extremely volatile. So how do we build from there is very important, and it is possible to deviate. We have example in the previous years that if there is an emergency elsewhere or the needs are changing, we have to be flexible and agile. And I think that this is something that was recognized by the humanitarian leadership when we developed the plan. They say, when you think about it, think about being flexible and agile. So I think that will be a key framing parameters that we will have. And I will conclude saying a plan is not set in stone, but it actually helps us to guide our response and work together to say, are we on track? Are we not on track? How things are moving forward? And what is the best response that we can bring? So I think I'll stop here. I hope it's helped a little bit to frame and set the scene, and I'm more than happy to provide more details, but I will stop for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Anne-Sophie, for setting out so clearly the dynamics and the scale of humanitarian funding, as well as emphasizing the importance of flexibility in terms of the needs of conflict-affected populations that are evolving. So, я буду переходити на українську.
I will come to Ukrainian language, and the logical next step in the context of provision of the sustainability of the protection of humanitarian protections. Very important to watch how states see it. So, Mrs. Tatiana, let me refer to you. In the program of activity of government for year 2025-26, in the framework of operational target, we have development of social service. We've provided the integrated module of support of IDPs. Would you please get in more detail in such a concept? First of all, what kind of component will be captured, or will it capture the whole way of IDP, from the taking of the decision, adaptation, providing of the education, employment, to social services, about care, and how it's planned in the framework of such integrated model to share the empowerment between central authorities of the executive party, Ministry of Social and communities. Can you see in this sphere the role of non-governmental national agencies and international NGOs, and what kind of element can be used in such systems? Thank you, Mrs. Ksenia. And today I would like to greet all of the participants of our forum. I would like to say thank you for the invitation, because in such dialogues and such event we are needed for us, both for institutions as ministry which forms the policy of support of IDPs, because it's about the policy, not from the cabinet. It's about dialogue of people who stay in difficult condition, about exchange of experience and the solving of the question, acute question, not about the beautiful words, but about real needs and mechanism of their salvation. And here in such a possibility, I would like to say thank you for all of the partners which are here, because in effect the things that we will talk about today, me and my colleague Anatoly Kumerny will tell about the technical IT part of our platform, future platform. And I would like to say thank you, especially Mrs. Nina, and for all our partners for giving us possibility, also experts, to work on this module, because we understand that in fact we are restricted in time and we have to move on today for quick decision. But social social policy today, it's integration not from conditions such a kind of payment to provide some kind of small need of people, but it's a mission of such sustainable policy to provide such support for people which will give life better, in order for people to understand if the person has own on the life in crisis condition. And for today, our task is in general, the things that we are doing, if we talk about our system, about our concept, and about our strategy as well, we build it and we see all the participants of this process. We create such system of coordination which would show where we have state, where we have the authorities of executive power, where we have authority of local municipalities and both regional authorities, because the biggest, of course, the biggest load we have on them, and where today we have our partners, because we understand that we create the program in Ministry of Ministry. We have financial, but we have plenty of programs. Both we have Institute of Civil Society, and when we are talking about the status of IDP, we generally often are restricted only one thing. This person can build a life and new place. It's only the head. But we might say about the problem of such person, because each person left at home has plenty of needs. Someone has such needs in housing, emergency housing, someone employment, education of children, and such needs are changeable from stage to stage. This will be changed, and our task is to build the system which will have the single system of social support of such a person, from necessity to evacuation to integration of such person into community, into the society. We have such social support with all participants of such process, starting from the state, starting from institutions, starting from and continuing with our local municipalities, and correspondingly with our international partners, because we understand that our strategy has been built on support of such person, and we understand that there are stages of evacuation, transmission, and stage of adaptation of such person, and it's of course the support and help of person to the integration in the community, into the society, and we also include such stages as we have been told. It's bringing back our Ukrainians, because when they will come back or will come back now, for today they have the same status, IDP status, which cannot come back home. And our task on each stage, we should really reveal such problematics that we must solve all together. If you are taking our stages of evacuation, it's probably the biggest stage and involved all our partners involved and all people who are present here in this audience, because it's the most difficult stage. Where the stage is made due to our institution of civil society. And I would like to thank you for all of you to pre-front line also, because hand in hand with the state you come to support our community when it was such important, and we understand even today now the stage of consolidation of all efforts of all participants needs the standardization. We clearly must understand that today we have a state program, we have a program of locality and our donor and partners program, but we don't understand who on which field is playing, and who of these participants must be efficient in this place, in this dimension, for this direction. That is why the standardization, the problem to solve this standardization of such services and support which is given from the moment of evacuation and transit point, it's very important. And now now such processes which we work out together with experts, with UNDP experts, and understand this basis and responsibility and participation, and for us to be able to efficiently divide the resources that our speaker have been told about, because we understand that it's no now such resources. We have lacking resources today, and today the main problem of ours today is the stage of evacuation. More detailed will be told by my colleagues about our data control and such support of such person all stages. And today we have the big problem, and we understand that we have the multiplication of the support, or a person can receive nothing. And answering the question, if the person will be sure that state is nearby and the support will be received, the person needs is a system of standardization, systematization, the solving of integration of all efforts of data, and the tracking of such people, taking out of into account their needs. Because today social policy, it's about the choice of person, where to live, where to work, and generally in the community to live in, and what things should select. It's about the dignity and about the choice. And when we are going to talk and we are say about our next stages, about the transmission, about the adaptation, we also say about such problematic as we today face. It's our question about logistics that we solve together with our partners, a question of temporary placement of the people. And today we have a system of temporary place of living, and we have plenty of state system of support, and this system also financed by our partners, partially. It's a small, it's a partners for people with low mobility, because it's a category which needs a big focus, people who need the support of the state, and we are able to give them the mechanism of living and staying and rebuilding of their house. And our task is to provide such possibilities, and we say about program of support of our municipalities, about subventions that state is given to make such a condition of living in such way is enough or good for people with low mobility, about stationary care that we development and today that we implement together with our partners. It's necessary documents which will support this evacuation, this emergency evacuation, about the placement of such a category of people. And of course, we have such problematic that we must solve complex way with our system. It's work with the people. We say that today we say that when we come out of crisis to stabilization, from stabilization, person have to transfer to some place of living. It's about adaptation of persons, the issue of living, and we understand here that here we work on such things. We have to build from the transit center with a multidisciplinary team which will provide not only the support of a person from point A to point B, but to support person to be able to establish the priorities and the vision of their life. This question is very complex, and we have to provide such all the information concerning the place of living, to provide the complex program and establish the needs. If the person came and used to live in some private house and had such necessity to live in such private house and to deal with such cases, some household, we have to give such possibility. And we work on such program And in budget year 2026, the new program, we have some funds, and we will build. But the main sense that the person who lives, who is stabilized, must understand that place of temporary living. It's a temporary living. We have problems such to many people in such temporary placement. We must encourage such people to come out of such zone. It's non-comfort, but we must provide something, work, which provides house and the mechanism of support. And here it's very important to establish the need of person. We talk about such social support, the complex decision, that people that all must work with the help of NGOs, with the help of specialists. It's a multidisciplinary team which must establish the person needs such kind of support, and as it's education, employment, or employment is also integration in some community. What should you do with the children? It's education, kindergarten, schools, and so on. And this is a kit that we, as the Minister of Social Policy, we had to generalize and in complex through all of the stages. And the single system that will take all of the information, it will let us make such tracking of such person. If you are talking about such issue of integration, we come to this week about support of person and to encourage to be active in the community, because our task is not to leave the person in the temporary place of staying and bring this person home, let it be like this, so make this person a new member of the community, maximal comfortable condition to be active member of such community and build the economy of our state. And it's generally, if you talk very briefly, it's about our way, about our system. My colleague will tell about this because it's very interesting. I hope I have answered all the questions. Mrs. Tatiana, thank you very much. 6 pages I have written. First of all, I will make a conclusion, some kind of concept. I was trying to fix the principle. We have been talking about the need-oriented approach in the basement of the system. If she'll track all the needs, we talk about the constant sustainability of the stages on all stages of IDP, and the basement of such system will be always a choice of the person. And we have been thinking that the system will provide a clearly established all actors' role and standardization. You also have underlined, and thank you, about the importance of informating and incorporating of the support of people with low mobility, people with disability. And thank you very much for reminding for that you need to work out the strategies of taking out of temporary places of staying, because only very vulnerable people in there. In effect, Mrs. Tatiana, you talk about the data exchange, and for thank you, and I will give the floor Mr. Anatolian. The single system of support of IDP, it provides information, digital decision. Correspondently, tell us, please, in the concept of digital component of such system, what kind of state register will be integrated? What kind of services will be accessible in one window? So, of course, with this transit center starting, but in effect, it will be integrated instrument as in context of evacuation, displacement, and coming back reintegration, or is such a question from other part? In which way such digital digital system will simplify the life of the social sphere, because data exchange is not only about the access to the service, it's about the load for the service staff. Thank you for your question. First of all, it's very pleasant to be here in open space and talk about such components. It's the best place for rest. And here, no magic in any. It says all IT projects. What kind of register we have to laws? All register when we have starting from where these people used to live, and the register where they used to live. Single register of property rights, where their families also can show us by DRAT system. And we go to such business systems, systems that Tatiana has been told and talking about this recently. The most Mrs. Nina has been telling that we had to build agile process when we have the beginning of the process, when the person can get decision about evacuation or the family with the children, and we understand that we need to take family with the children with risk from very risk territories. We start this process.
And we finish it once the reintegration is complete, or once we have addressed all the issues. And very importantly, we seemingly say good things, but we also keep reiterating this terminology, IDP. Let us rather transition from the status to the needs of the person, because the needs are different in different people. As Tatiana is rightly mentioning, we need to ask these questions. Where did the person live before? If the person lived in a separate family house, most probably they will have hard time living on the 24th floor in Kiev. If someone has been a miner for all their life, this person will have hard time learning IT. So we need to ask these questions to understand the needs of the person, and this is something to be addressed by our social workers. Will it be simpler for them? I guess no, but it's going to be more understandable, because when you see where the goal is, what the next steps are, the work is still there, but the impact is much stronger. And this is why we are establishing this system. Every action of every person working on this, whether it's the public sector or the government or humanitarian organizations, they need to produce the best effect. There is no single silver bullet, something that would address all the issues automatically. And we also need to understand that all that has been discussed by Nina and Tatiana, all of this pathway consists of very simple elements. Especially if we have IT people among us, they will immediately understand what I mean if I say SLA, and this is exactly what we need to put in place. The service level agreement between the government and these people, and we need to understand what the needs are and how they change in time, and how the government, through the engagement of donors and other tools, can address these needs. Also, once we have all the answers in the checklist, we understand that the person is fully integrated in the new space and that they now can live independently. Okay, then we have met all the needs. So our task is to complete what we have started from the first steps right now evacuation. Together with UNHCR, we have the understanding, we have the high-level design, and the intention is to totally transform the database of IDPs established back in 2014. We understand that the needs and challenges were entirely different, and now we are changing the architecture and approach entirely. We want to adapt it as fast as possible, make sure it is fully in line with the needs, to make sure that the system can work directly with the person, collect feedback, learn about the new emerging needs and whether the previous needs have been met. Maybe there are any additional issues arisen because the life of the person would change as they are displaced, new children are born, people are learning new professions. Some have stayed a long time in the occupied territories, and now they want to take the parents back from there. So, yeah, they will have these requests and needs. Our task is to collect this feedback as fast as possible and respond to the extent possible. The tools are quite well known. We know how to respond. We have the support of the partners. We have the wonderful team that understands the political component of this and how this needs to be transitioned into regulations. We are moving forward fast to put this into practice and for us to see the first steps in the screens of our devices, and we need to get feedback from people who need aid. Thank you so much, Anatoly. I have noticed some important messages that you are sharing. Thank you for this transition to the actual needs from the status of the person. And indeed, these needs need to be tracked throughout the process, not only the moment when the person is first displaced. Also, thank you for transforming this obsolete IDP system. I believe that the presentation of the new concept of social support is one of those first tools and sustainable solutions that we are speaking here. Well, thank you so much for this. And now, having discussed the national level, it's important to pay attention to the regional level as well, because we understand that it is there that practices are being established, and a lot is, of course, dependent on how the national policies are implemented there. Hence, let's listen to Mr. Volodymyr Vasilenko, representative of Ternopil August administration. My very first question is, I believe, quite painful, so we will be especially interested to hear about your experience and practices in Ternopil. We understand that humanitarian donors are prioritizing the east and the south of Ukraine, the active conflict areas. We also understand that the IDPs in western regions like yours have some basic needs and also some long-standing needs such as integration, access to education, jobs, etc. So how is this prioritization of humanitarian actors impacting the capacities of regions like yours, and what are the critical steps that are missing to overcome the gaps? This was question one, and my question two is about the successful transition practices, transition to sustainable solutions in Ternopil. Hello, Ksenia. Hello, everyone. I will start from expressing our gratitude to Nina and her office in Lviv, also Alexander and his office in Lviv, and the tragedy that recently took place in Chernobyl. This is the first time something like this happened in Chernobyl. Throughout this conflict, there were 34 people who died. There were up to 100 people who were injured. There were over 700 people who sustained damage of different kind. And thanks to your support, everyone who needed this help is now actually getting it. Now, coming back to the topic of internally displaced people, the policies indeed are developed and coordinated nationally, and we are there to implement it. I believe that implementation requires quite a lot of effort because there are 63,000 internally displaced people in Chernobyl region. It is not merely one number. It actually means 63,000 different stories, different people with different needs. Some are elderly, some people are with disabilities, some have children, some don't, and it depends. There are lots of different needs, and based on those needs, we need to provide services. As for the services to be provided, it actually doesn't make much difference compared to a person who is not an internally displaced person. They would need a service anyway. It's just a set of needs in this person that would be slightly different. We are grateful to the government for establishing the mechanisms for the different types of people. So, for instance, Resolution 1169 is for low mobility groups and the elderly. There is the nursing and also long-term stay of those persons. Again, it's difficult to create things from scratch, but over time we are establishing the things, and the intention is to have sustainable solutions. So for now, things have been established for 1 year, and then there is some continuation envisioned, and hopefully the government will have something planned. As for the employment, 1403, or the so-called OBRI, was approved. The initiative started 2 or 3 years ago. It started from the proactive approach in some communities concerning employment. I'm grateful to the government for making a decree based on this, and by the end of the year it's going to come into power, and this would reduce chaos and replace it with coordinated work. We do not see fewer people arriving. If we consider the period from August till this day, well, 2,500 people arrived in our region. They need housing, they need education, they need financial support, social services, a broad scope of services. I'm grateful to Tatiana for raising the important issue of the temporary stay collective centers. Many of you work in the field, and you know how it works. Right to Protection, I believe, has some experience in the field of social adaptation. There were 2 sanatoriums in which they were working. I believe this service is great because as a person is transitioning through the different stages of evacuation, they find themselves in an entirely new region. They don't know any people to speak to, and when there is this proactive position of the social services, non-governmental organizations, it's much easier for a person to understand what the next steps are. And unfortunately, though these centers are intended for temporary stay, many people live there since 2022, and as we know from experience, the easiest kind of people to work with are those who have arrived there recently. And when the community, when the social workers, when the humanitarian organizations are participating, when they consider the needs of the specific family, if let's say they have children, they need housing, they need employment, they need education, etc. And when this mechanism works, we are reducing the workload on the social workers, on the budget. Yeah, this is crucial because the money is limited these days. During the war, people who can work have to work. So 23,000 out of those 34,000 people are working age people. So if we provide jobs to them and if we work proactively, these people can work. And in the same way, those of the retirement age and people with low mobility, they should not be left to their own devices. There are services provided at home. There are humanitarian services. To me, as a representative of the administration, I see all the service providers as more or less equal, and some good examples that I could name are the following. Chortkiv unites the social housing complex, which is kind of a combination of different types of partnerships. They established smart apartments based on some residential community, and Crimea SOS and the community and many others were joining in the effort. And also they have launched a center in which the IDPs are employed, and this is a closed circle, and it gives people right to dignified life. So this is a solution for the working age people who are not limited in their mobility. And for the low mobility people, there is another example of a community which launched the ongoing care project, which ensured better quality services. Until then, the community was spending its own budget to provide care for those people. It's not even a city, it's a village community, so we understand it was quite a big load for the budget. And now everyone is satisfied, and when we are working to develop services in the region, we will be relying on 1169, focusing on the low mobility populations. We found about 100 locations that potentially could be used for the stay of IDPs. Each of them requires some efforts, some minor repairs, some quite considerable repairs, and all this requires both money and people. And of course, on top of that, we need to have people who would be able to implement all this. These people need to be well trained. We should not assign 100 different tasks to the same person, especially if we have not trained them before. So we need to train the social workers, and the system will work. Thank you. Thank you so much, Volodymyr, for this intervention. Actually, it seems in this panel we are developing the tools for transformation from humanitarian response to sustainable solutions. Thank you for underscoring the importance of comprehensive services, social services, housing, and employment. This triad can become the foundation for the transition. Also, there is a shared responsibility that I have noticed. The private-public partnership, and actually in the new edition of the law, we have these opportunities for sharing social responsibility. Actually, you are also underscoring the importance of pilots, and here are some colleagues who hate the names of those decrees. So I will explain what they are all about. This is the money follows the person resolution on care. Also, there is the supported living regulation, and there is a law that you have mentioned, the law on the real estate that can be used for the stay of internally displaced people. So this is the legal framework in which we can take care of the IDPs. Also, thank you, Volodymyr, for underscoring the importance of strengthening the capacity of communities and providing training. That's an essential tool of the transition.
It's a representative or the actor who joins humanitarian response and develop an initiative, and I will come to English.
Okay, let me turn to you as a director of the Empower project with GIZ. From your perspective, what does it actually mean in practice to integrate protection into development and recovery efforts? And if we start from the perspective of the affected person rather than from mandates or sectors or statuses. And within this broader protection chain, from humanitarian response to durable development-led solutions, how do you see the specific role of such actors like GIZ in the bridging humanitarian and development approaches and working across the Nexus initiative?
Yeah, first of all, also from my side, thank you very much that I have the opportunity to represent after central government has delivered, some thoughts, and regional government to also, give in some experiences more or less from the ground, but from a program's perspective. And also thank you very much for inviting me, because it is a good opportunity to also, underline the importance that especially the local level, and I'm very much in favor of the international localization approach, and especially in Ukraine, that, you give them a voice. Yeah? And I'm, let's say, honored that I'm the head of a program where I more or less moderate a network of around 60 NGOs providing services to most vulnerable people at the contact line. But we all know about the current developments in the country. We are also extending our approach towards the western part of the country, to the central part of the country, because humanitarian support, development support is needed everywhere. So thank you very much for the invitation. And now coming also to your question. And, you know, since I am working on the ground with a perfect team, I would like to approach this from a field reality. And especially from the perspective of the affected people. So listening to those people, you know, the logic becomes very much clear. They do not think, as you asked me, in clusters. They do not think in, let's say, the frame of mandates or funding cycles. They do think in terms of safety, of housing and children's schools, etc. So this is, you know, about the daily life. Yeah? And integrating protection into development or recovery for me means three very practical things and takeaways I would like to share with you. The first one is that we need to start with the needs and the risks of people they are facing, and not with the structures and the systems, yeah, we are always talking about. What does it mean, or what do I mean by this? Yeah, this, from my perspective, requires a continuous assessment of what is needed on the ground. So I'm very happy to hear about the results of the survey this morning. Yeah, and I think it's crucial. It is very much needed to have constant, let's say, research and assessment on the specific needs. And these assessments, they need to be in somehow fed by household feedback, community inputs, etc. And this is exactly what we do in the Empower program. We start with initial assessments before we start any kind of activities. And jointly with our local partners, we do also make midterm assessments, so that at least our interventions stay relevant. And relevance, this is most important. It's not relevant to donors, it's relevant to the people. This is actually what we need. And so the planning from the person's perspective, from my understanding, is the foundation of integrating protection into recovery or development efforts. The second point is that protection should be shaped, or must be shaped, development and recovery planning from the very beginning of any kind of intervention, and not only to be added at a later point. Yeah? What is it that I mean by that? Yeah? If local authorities start rebuilding houses, start reopening schools, start reopening hospitals or social services, yeah, we do immediately need to consider safety. We need to consider accessibility, inclusion and non-discrimination, so that we do not risk that we are reinforcing existing vulnerabilities. Meaning, protection needs to integrate, or needs to be integrated into house repairs. It needs to be integrated into allocation processes. It needs to be integrated into education pathways. Yeah? And the Empower program, or in the Empower program, we are lucky to somehow build this bridge between emergency response and long-term development approaches. Because we do combine an initiative. We are funded on the one hand side by German government, so with a long-term perspective, and we are also funded by ECHO with the emergency and humanitarian perspective. So within the Empower project, we do really live and implement the nexus. And this is important, and it's also kind of privilege. Yeah, so to bring in both perspectives at the same time, and which leads from the humanitarian response, immediate response, to the opportunity to sustainable services. The third and last point I would also like to share with you is that we need to build local systems at the primary protection actors. What is it that I mean by this? Protection becomes only sustainable if the municipalities, for instance, on the personal level, social workers or the teachers, the local services, are involved and included and are able to identify the risks in the municipality, in the hromades immediately, and know how to react and respond to those risks immediately. That's why within the Empower program, we do very much invest into capacity building of our partner NGOs. We do focus very much on local-led program design. That means that it's not us as the implementers or the donors who prescribe activities or the overall objective. No, it's the communities and the frontline NGOs, because they know better. They know better the needs, and this is, a very clear principle that we follow within our program. And last not least, we do also support a stronger referral pathways between the NGOs on the one hand side, the local services, and especially the state institutions. And this is, how protection, from my perspective, becomes embedded in recovery processes, and so that we will also remain longer as humanitarian actions, but we will also, for long-term perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Eike, for your intervention and highlighting the importance of person's perspective when we are talking about any programming of humanitarian response activities as well as development activities. And I just noted after you that protection must be shaped at the start of any intervention. I believe that it's the only way around when we are talking about transition from humanitarian aid to durable solutions. І на цьому етапі я повертаюся до української мови.
And at this stage I come back to Ukrainian language, and then the next speaker will be in this discussion will be Mr. Alexander Halkin. As Mr. Eike has emphasized the importance of localization and the role of national actors, of NGOs, local organization. Please tell us, is it the right for protection of organization which joins humanitarian mandate has possibility to be equal changes of all levels, national, international, and local? How do you see such national role as a full cycle as a law for protection, such a humanitarian support from the first line of response till the sustainable decision is a system of social services, housing policy, social response, and economic employment? And with the next question, we talk a lot about localization, and from your perspective, what's in the real localization of humanitarian response, and what's exit strategies must be strategies of for donors and international organization? Thank you. as usual, is the most difficult question to me. Concerning the first, right, we have been built this organization in order to follow the needs, and as it was already mentioned, it's very frequent. Ukraine is a very specific story comparing to many other contexts, humanitarian contexts, and Kharkiv, for example. Kharkiv city is a city where life is very vivid, despite its front line is very close. And in Kharkiv, for example, there are people, IDP, who has recently came to Kharkiv city, and they need, first of all, housing, have some psychosocial support, legal support, and work, and then where to live. And it can be during months' time. It's very difficult to divide with humanitarian, with developing people on land, on the ground. It's not important for them. They don't care much, and we have such kind of idea that we are able to cover. We name it the principle of single window, but it's clear that we are ready. We are ready as such organization which can do it, and we are doing it from a very initial scenes, sharing of something, of some difficult scenes, some rebuilding, therapeutic centers, for example, of work with documents for returning of houses. And the problem is that we cannot generate such income for ourselves, and that is why we are depending on our partners, on donors. It's traditionally donors who from states who providing the help and support for Ukraine. And we have humanitarian donors, development donors, and frequently when people live at the same roof, under the same roof, they generally don't communicate, don't cooperate between each other. And we have some exclusion, some Swiss, they, for example, are trying to join everything together and make it in such a way that they see these needs. They can come from the development strategy. It was we have such things that besides we have to build the society, Ukrainian society. It's more if you're a sustainable organization, you have been working for a long time, and you have such a feeling that you're growing up and you need to provide, to share your knowledge. And we are dealing with this very actively. We are understanding that it's very important, and it's very important for small organization, not only for pre-front line and also in the center of Ukraine and close to Lviv. It's the first thing, it's the first question. And the second question, exit strategies for donors and international organizations. I don't even know how to come to this, because it's clear that some process of localization, in principle, for me, I dislike it. It's like a little bit about colonization, and I would rather use it like local leadership or even Ukrainian leadership. It's not only about the civil sector, it's about state, and the state demonstrates its active leadership. And I like it, when we cooperate with the state, and for Ukrainian leadership must be more expressed. That is why, as far as I know, each organization, international organization, donors, they see They see everything from the headquarters as a strategy of way out, but the global, they're not about some kind of separate state. But for me, I don't see like such international organization have to take out of Ukraine, and it will be not correct. And we have the radical vision that the Ukrainian organization are so ready that we have, it doesn't work like we will give you money and you will do it. Such organization work on different things, and they have very sustainable experience and such subjectivity for Ukraine, for Ukrainian actors, and the state and civil sector must cooperate closer, both for the point of the sectors, because we have a social policy where they provide money, for example, of local IDPs, and having such a list of organizations which are provider of social services, and this continue because Ukrainian organizations are pretty prepared. We have a communal organization, and here you should have some kind of ratio which could show that Ukrainian organization is already independent from international donors. They can be dependent, but they have possibility. I know that Caritas is very active, but this list can be more wider. It's a localization example for such panel. And the strategy is not kind of panacea, but we have plenty of expertise, plenty of experience, and international jewels. They have such, they have globally contacted, and this fundraising that it can be, they can count them for local organization. It can be very good benefit for Ukrainian leadership. A little bit of top, if you don't mind. It's very important. We talk a lot about way of IDP, and it's very important to have such transit center. This transmission to new place, you can have more dignified and safe. We don't know these figures, but 80% of evacuation is self-evacuation, and we don't know what's happening to these people. That UN see it, and you see, we have 100% of nexus of development.
And one important aspect here is that since there is no money or less and less money, these requests for nexus and development are sometimes seen as things that are far away from humanitarian needs, although they are related, and it's important for the donors and the government to work together and understand that this is something that needs to be built, this chain, bringing together all the different actors. Thank you, Alexandra. On my part, I will only add that since the onset of the full-scale invasion, Right to Protection has provided support to over 3 million people, which is about 10% of Ukraine's population. This number is quite important. And thank you for underscoring the importance of civil society and very importantly, the local organizations need something more than just financing. They need expertise, they need knowledge, they need their capacity to be developed. And also, as you're rightly mentioning, everyone who has been impacted by the conflict needs to be seen. For the government, the humanitarian actors, and the local self-governments. And for us to complete this circle and come back to the humanitarian architecture, I will now transition back to English and speak to Katarzyna.
Protection cluster work over the past years. What are the main key preconditions need to be in place for a responsible transition from humanitarian protection to state systems, both at national level and at the Hromada level? And from your monitoring and partners' feedback, what are the main difficulties and risks in ensuring continuity of protection when humanitarian actors scale down and state systems are expected to take over? Over to you.
Thank you, Ksenia. And I think it's equally difficult question to the one Sasha got, but I will also, as an opening remark, say that, in our partnership with Right to Protection in coordinating protection cluster, we are very used to getting difficult questions almost every day. So I'll stand up to the challenge, which I think is a lot. It's always interesting to be the last panelist, because actually a lot of the prior panelists have already made so many valid points. So I will start maybe reflecting a bit on transition, and Anne-Sophie was already talking about it at a more intersectoral level. I'll cover it more from protection angle, which I think we all understand as a process. It's not a single moment in time. You don't do transition in one day, and it's a process in which we as humanitarians transfer the accountabilities for the humanitarian response, but also for the coordination structures over time. I think, in protection sector, we like to say that protection is not de facto so vertical. And what we mean by that, it's not that protection is only relevant strictly in the humanitarian realm in which we operate. And I think Eike was actually really explaining it very well, underlining how protection is relevant in humanitarian sphere, in development sphere. You mentioned so many great examples, and then throughout the transition process itself, even guiding it at the centrality of protection level. So so protection is relevant throughout. What changes along this process is the nature of protection activities and the nature of protection assistance. Now, what are the factors? And I think looking back into my now over 2 years experience since I arrived, I think one of the key elements for transition is to really start thinking about it at the very early stages of the humanitarian response. So many times, we're thinking, oh, it's somewhere towards the end when the humanitarian funding is shrinking. Nothing. I mean, this is not how it should be. I mean, the interagency transition guidance tells us all that we should be starting the transition as soon as the humanitarian response starts, and that's how I think we've been really acting along in Ukraine. There were moments where we are getting additional motivation thanks to our OCHA colleagues to ring the bell, fit for purpose exercise, and then we of course mobilize, but it should not be only for fit for purpose exercise. We should be doing it really every day, engaging our wide group of partners. In protection cluster, we work with 150 organizations. including community-based organizations, national organizations, and we all need to be able to plan for what we understand transition is at the national level, to have the national level planning, but also at Hromada level. This year we actually worked with REACH organization to look at the case studies in 6 Hromadas, where we looked at what happened when, well, that was humanitarian, the transition that happened because the funding started to be reduced in Western Center. Some of the Hromadas is Western Center. And this study also shows how important it is to plan for transition at the local level in collaboration with the local authorities. 2 very important factors as we transition are the constant, and colleagues have been talking about it, including Ms. Kirilenko, Mr. Komerne, constant assessment of the needs. So you really need to understand what the needs are as we transition and adapt constantly, and at the same time work really closely with our government counterparts. For us in Protection Ministry of Social Policy is critical actor to understand the capacities and how we can best provide for protection class and protection actors is humanitarian contributions. And I think what is maybe last reflection on transition from my experience really is that, you know, in the now since 2022, we cannot just allow ourselves, and sometimes humanitarians, you know, have these tendencies. You come, you copy paste from other responses, quick tools. This is really what we should not be doing anymore under transition, particularly in Ukraine, where we do have systems in place, where we have governments, counterparts who have vision of what needs to be done to better protect the internally displaced people. And I think it's really critical, including for humanitarian actors, to really tune into this vision, to understand the legislative frameworks. You were referring to the resolution 1169, you were referring to the resolution 1307 on evacuations very recently, or the one on Predulok as well, 1169. So we need to understand what these are and how we can, from humanitarian angle, make the most valid contributions to this plan while recognizing the needs of the people on the ground. And bring this vulnerability community-based lens. Many of our actors work, you know, along the spectrum of humanitarian development, so also benefit and make it a strength that organizations that we work with can extend into both of these spheres. I will mention one big risk. That's the last point I want to make, because you asked me, Ksenia, about the risks. You know, as we transition, and as well, we are also working in the environment of constantly shrinking financial resources. I think the big risk is that we miss who are the most vulnerable people are, for whom we should be here first and foremost as humanitarians. Sometimes we're drawn into, you know, visibility. Sometimes we're drawn into easy gains. But working with the most vulnerable is a difficult endeavor, and we need to stay very, very data-driven in how we implement it. And that's why I believe initiatives like the UNHCR and its partners' protection survey are critical for all of us to understand who are the most vulnerable people. Nina was talking about, and I think many of you were talking about people with low mobility, single-headed households. Understand who they are, what risks they're facing, and where they are. We need to have robust protection monitoring in place, including understanding people's situations really through the holistic assessment of their individual circumstances and treating them as people first and foremost, not like numbers. And that is the key to be able, as our government counterparts, continue improving and reforming the systems to protect internally displaced people, for us to be able to identify these individual barriers that people are facing and have this meeting point where we bring them into the systems that are being constantly improved. I will stop here, Ksenia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kasia, for the important intervention you've made in terms of treating vulnerable people, the most vulnerable people, not as the sheer numbers, but as like real needs and difficult circumstances they are in. And thank you very much for focusing on the centrality of protection perspective and for highlighting the main risks, as well as the principle that planning transition should start at all levels at the same moment. And thank you for your intervention so much. And зараз я перейду на українську мову, і ми...
And now I will transition back to Ukrainian. I will ask one very short question. I do understand my boss just looking at him, but still. In this context of uncertainty, quite often we understand that the persons in need do not have the clarity on whether the services will be available, on whether the aid will keep being provided. And in this uncertainty, it's very difficult to plan one's life, difficult to plan integration. In your opinion, how could we make this transition more predictable and more accountable to the persons in need?
Thank you, and coming back to me, so thank you. Building on this, it's not an easy question. I think we've been talking about putting people at the center of the response and making sure that we hear what they have to say before we tell them what we can do for them, and avoid coming with some ready-made solution. I think that's for me an important point that needs to be made for that. I also think that a lot of people know what they need, and so I think also it's important to build that. And I think we've been talking very much around the needs this morning, so that's what I could answer.
Пані Тетяна?
Well, to be brief, that's actually what we have mentioned. Establishing a single system would let all the participants to see what is being provided by the different actors, the government, the non-governmental sector, and the person would be getting the support based on their actual needs. Also, as we are developing the policy for social services, social support, as we are developing the system of the providers, it's actually the providers and the government will be dependent on the person, because the money will be following the person, and the person will be knowledgeable on what support programs are available. On my part, a few words as well. We are transitioning from the status to the needs. And to answer these questions, we need to actualize the problems that people have. That's what our system needs to do, with support of our partners, with support of the colleagues who are in this communication on a daily basis. We need to see first what's needed and then find ways to address those needs. I will split my answer into two parts. The first part is the proposal, and the proposal is that as Poltava was testing the system in the test mode before, we are also ready to test the system of the ministry first. And as for the vision, the communities and people have this resilience system as something they receive quite well, and I was getting lots of positive feedback, and I was also asking Anatoly a lot about the opportunities to continue this practice. So these things need to be sustainable rather than having this as experiment only, and then people would be sure that this would be working on the ongoing basis. So are we having an error rate alert? No, we don't. Okay.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think it was already mentioned, clear and transparent communication. So what is being expected, what are the resources available, on what time, and we call it expectation management. Yeah, so that, people know what can be offered. And the second point is, I've mentioned before, also from a program and projects perspective, it is important that we have and follow up an ongoing monitoring for assessing the situation so that assistance and support can always be adjusted.
Ms. Kasia?
As a protection expert, that of course, as we communicate with people, this has to be done through multiple accessible channels and utilizing the great mechanisms that we have, like IDP councils. I also think that for the better predictability, the great opportunity that the Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan 2026 is giving us through the strategic priority 4 on centrality of protection to support the vulnerable IDPs and the severely vulnerable groups is a really great entry point to provide more predictability for the responses of this most vulnerable people, including in Western Center, where we know it has been quite shaky, and now we have this great opening.
Thanks. I have a new favorite word, protectability. Nice one, thanks. Alexandra?
Я думаю, що то, що я
I believe, as I have mentioned before, we need to make the system more flexible thanks to participation of civil society as service providers, and then they will be working side by side with the beneficiaries, and this is going to be simpler in terms of communication. But as far as I can see, the needs keep increasing, as well as the numbers of people in need, and this is my subjective opinion. This is an irreversible process, and maybe, we need to narrow the scope, but be honest with people, and for the government to communicate it clearly. We can communicate these kind of services to these types of people, and this will be provided on the ongoing basis within the financing we have. So in some sense it's bad news, because we all have this habit of like maybe 40% of people being dependent on social services, but realistically speaking, we have to reduce these numbers, and we have to rely on some vulnerability criteria, as we usually put it in our community. The criteria need to be stricter, and that's the only way to go. But in this sense, it will be simpler to communicate on the sustainable basis. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Our panel is now over, and I believe I will be praised by the moderator, because our timing is perfect. Yeah, thank you so much. And one only tiny remark from me, that we have heard all the different perspectives here: the national perspective, the perspective of the international organizations, the perspective of the development and humanitarian actors, the perspective of the regional level. And the only one conclusion that I'd like to make here is that this transition is not transition from one system to another. Rather, it's building an ecosystem system in which each actor is contributing to the other actors. Thank you so much, wonderful speakers, for your expertise, for your leadership, for not being indifferent. Thank you for being professionals, and thank you for your commitment. Dear colleagues, please stay here for a photo. There will be the photographer guiding you. Maybe it's better to stand up for the photo. And actually, dear colleagues, we now have our time for the coffee break and also for the virtual visits to Sumy Transit Center and also CN Sergei Karavani exhibition. One other tiny aspect while the photos are being taken. I believe that on registration, all of you have selected your preferred session. We have 4 sections now, and the first one is on legal aid. That's going to be moderated by Christina Zakharova. And if you permit, will guide you to the hall that is called Spirit. So yeah, you will be focusing on the regulations and supremacy of law. Here we have the room named DIM or home. You will be discussing children. In this room, we will have session 3 by Helena Osova, and it will be focusing on social services, on housing, and employment. And also there will be one more section that is going to be in the playground zone. That's also where you can enjoy the exhibition and the virtual visit. It's going to be focused on evacuation and the related issues. As Alexander has rightly mentioned, self-evacuation is one of the questions in focus. And one more person is Marina Os, who is going to moderate the discussion on children here in the neighboring room. So please start going there at 12:40.
Guest of the forum, I greet you in our section. Section is a practical decision concerning employment, let's level of integration of IDP. I will also direction of advocacy and social protection of right to protection. And first of all, I would like to represent our speakers who will participate in our section. It's Mrs. Olena Vysotska, First Deputy of Head of Service, the Advice of Minister of Social Policy and Family and Unity, Oksana Sulema, and Head of Political Sphere and Head of Administrative Services, Olga Nosova, Head of Social Protection, Anna Torchak is the Head of House and Employment and Advocacy and Land Plot Charity Fund of Protection, Mikhailo Truba, Head of City Council of Yampel City Council, and also we have Alexander Druzyak, Head of House and Communal Services of Yampel City Council. And also we have online Maxim Chekriyin of Executive Power. Please tell online, do you hear us? Do you see us? Good afternoon. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. And one thing I would like to say, the question of integration, we already touched this panel discussion, and in framework of our session, we would like to open more details, the main components of integration which influence spheres of life, its provision of IDPs for housing, social services, and worker. And in the framework of such panel, we discuss the instrument of support of IDPs which we have in the sphere, and also we will discuss the element of cooperation between this element of integration, what will provide the proper level of life of internally displaced person. And also separately we will stop on program of on youth social model of services, and also about the decision which unites life and employment, a mechanism of realization of decision concerning the life decision on local level. And before we will come to the question of speakers, the question it's a big question and complex question. This project is developed about the capacity of state mechanism to work in synergy and provide all of key spheres of life of IDPs in this sphere. It's depending on state policy, will give them framework, and the community will turn these policies into concrete things. And the integration is more local mechanism, but it's depending on both practical local practices and we'll talk about you can provide persons the consequent road of support. In this context, we have the relation between life and the social services and employment of IDPs. As housing program creates the basement of sustainability and also support of families who have difficult condition and possibility to employment. They open the way to economic independence of IDPs, and if such sphere come hand in hand, person will have not the kit of separate decision, but the whole system which really works and have a direct influence on life. And we have such results. We made the survey concerning the needs of IDPs in integration, and for such results that we have now, the base since for 75 respondents, the key factor is the house and social support. It's very important for 59%, and the possibility to employment was 38%. The things that we have due to the result of the survey on the early stage, it's provided the humanitarian needs for IDPs, and but with the time, this need will change for the request for more sustainable decision, and it's more about social services and employment. And this confirms such stages of integration. The policies must be enacted on all layers. Dear speakers, before we will start representing and discussing this main component, we would like to pay your attention to such blitz question. There's two questions or respond. What kind of complex decision demonstrates the decision from IDP, and what kind of direction should you develop to facilitate this process? Mrs. Elena? I'm not so experienced expert in such sphere, and Ministry of Social Policy is a new player because to some period Ministry of Social Policy told about the policy of IDP only in part of social services, and now we are responsible for service in general, and this responsibility will have the additional critical missing can, and I will use it. I didn't see any complex decision which would be effective, but we will continue the discussion. Not everything should be such effective. We have analyzed many things which have already been done, but we should treat it with criticism, because the statistic of using one another instrument is very low, depending such forecasts that we have. So still my answer is like following. Thank you for being honest and underline the necessity, the condition assessment of such mechanisms that already exist for them to be more efficient. Mrs. Oksana, and you will be the next one. In the things that you told, it's very important to have house, and if you will remember the Maslow pyramid, so house and water, it's basic needs we should fulfill, and then we can tell about other needs, about such integration. And such complex things, it's very important, and it looks like such things that to integrate person without active participation of the person, it's unreal. So the person must be really, and from my opinion, it's very important to continue the social services development. It's not material things, it's influence for conscious of persons, the help in the process of integration. Thank you very much for underlining such human-centric in the approach of integration of IDP, Mrs. Olga. And continuing things that Oksana has told, and us we'll talk about this, and about the process of adaptation is an essential part of this complex help. It's very important the development for services as the complex assessment. We have such services, and we will have person to help a person to be able to be independent. It will be helpful for the person, and in the context of adaptation have such intermediate but very important on the way of integration, Mrs. Anna, and take into account that fact that I will talk about such but probably it's a complex decision with the Ministry of Social Policy, and it's such a complex decision where we can help person with the help of studying, providing the housing, looking for the search in the place of employment. We will do everything, okay? We will communicate, all right, we will explain. Is the decision, it's a shelter and work, it can be a complex decision for our state. It's very important. It's the first scale complex and digitalized decision which could provide this integration. Mrs. Anastasia, thank you. I would like to support Mrs. Anna concerning the shelter work and probably possibility, and would like to emphasize there must be some other documents which from other side will support IDPs. For example, in help we had some decisionless introduction subsidiary for a rent apartment, and the same instrument must be working very effective, and the reformating sphere of housing and rent apartment, and it must be descheduled, because to me this very important document. The reformation must be more global, and the same thing I would like to underline that must be different instruments to, for example, to implement such housing certificate in order to with credit, for example. We should direct some incorporation of different decisions and to look for such point, and to see how you can reform general situation to make this decision active. Thank you for the necessity for such cooperation and complex understanding of such a process. And then, Mr. Maxim, do you hear us? Concerning such question, I would like to play words. The complex decision, but the complex of decision. And take into account of such complex decisions that we could come with all social category between IDPs, the question of employment, living, and so on. It's very difficult to imagine one decision which could solve all of this question. Even we have some people who found better work, someone need more support. Still people are are not protected. So I would like have such comments, this kind of policy, complex policy concerning the approach of to solve all of this problem of IDPs. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you for underlying such diversity of categories which are necessary to take into account in complex decision making. And Mr. Mikhailov and Mr. Alexander. Good afternoon, dear organizers and participants of forum. We say thank you for invitation to take part in this forum, which is dedicated to some very important question concerning the provision of visa housing for IDPs. And you know that that is one of the most important question of modern Ukraine, the complex integration of IDPs, because during last years we have overcome the great challenges, and today our common is to provide people who have to leave their homes and find the proper place to live in and feel themselves safe. A stable life, housing, it's a first step to recover normal life. Providing house for people is not only repair, it's a creation of condition where people can feel themselves home and not staying in their own houses. Our community has a positive example, because starting from year 2014, when Russian Federation has first introduced Ukraine, we have felt the responsibility of from the new territories, from territories of conflict. So that is why in year 2015 we have started to work in this topic, and for the sake of common project and with the sake of IDP, in framework of this project of local development, we had the project about part of a hotel use for a temporary or constant place for living of IDPs. The cost of such project is 1.4 million hryvnias, where 1 million it's a cost for donors cost, on 300 it's a cost for local budget. And for today we have 41 people who live in this place, and majority of people live here since year 2022, first days of war. As they came back, and we have created all of the condition, not only provide them with housing, but also to find the place of work for them and provide them with all condition for living in our community. With the help of human needs to have the reconstruction for such of housing for IDPs. The general cost of project it's more than 2 million. Year 2025, we have cooperated with a charity fund, Smile UA. We have provided the current repair of housing where internally displaced people live, and repaired to the amount of 730,000 hryvnias, and also new furniture and equipment, household equipment, for the amount maximum 1 million to provide the living of IDPs. When we had the reconstruction, we take into account as for the IDPs who has this disability, and took into account the necessary the question of the people who has special needs. We have created the toilets with limited with disabilities, and we work with a charity organization where we have cooperation for the second part of repair. We have 2 and 4 million hryvnias when we can provide the shelter for people who have place of living. Mr. Mikhaila, sorry for interrupting you. 2 minutes. It was a blitz question, and we'll have additional speech for you. So, thank you very much for your sharing this experience. And I provide to come to a new instrument of social support for NDPs from state in the sphere of house. And Mrs. Elena, the question is to you for today. We have underlined that today's settlement of housing question is a main condition for integration of IDPs. At the same time, quantity of IDPs don't have any possibilities or resource to provide themselves or the family with a dignified living of living. For such person, the social support from the state, and for example, the support in the program of accessible credit in Australia and here. Tell us more about such program, about initiative, about the practice of initiative, because it's one of the key. Well, thank you. Thank you for the very concrete question, and I would like to start from the general thesis that housing for people who had to transfer, it's a new house, and it's a key need, and everyone understand it. Actually, that housing for ordinary people is also the key need. We have started about this in the context of IDP, but actually the need of housing and our cultural understanding of ownership of house, and we want to own this house. We have been taught during Soviet time, we have a big stage of reformating of such ownership, privatization, and we evaluate this, and we appreciate this, and we need this. The world is very diversified, and if you talk about the practices, we can see that in principle we have some instruments, lease of house, and it simplifies. You would say, yeah, it can more freedom to transfer. When you're looking for a job, they look for a job, and we look for the job nearby our house. And in Europe and America, we know that people go to some period, they look for a job and waiting for better contract practices. Let's take that and vice versa, the house, and it's very expensive property. Maybe the most expensive property that the state can give in some kind of compensation and such of support, and something like this. People talk about some institution of service housing that you cannot compare It's you cannot compare the 13 salary or some kind of salary. If you will have the housing as a property, it's a jackpot. And let's not forget about such aspect. It's very expensive, and state is not able. And we should admit, state is not able to provide even for those families, even for those categories who take upon themselves in the period before the war started. You should be very concrete and very honest to talk about this. It's also very important, and we will come to this. I would like to emphasize that there are plenty of instruments, and not only these ones, but also other ones in Ministry of Development. In the forum, we will have the big panel discussion with the discussion, and in order to repeat, we will not go to detail to all of these details. And Ministry of Social Policy also have analyzed everything. Have such critical things to watch and critical this instrument, and it's not so, everything is not so good. Not with such projects which exist on municipal level, not such a project where it's financed by bank or big corporation or such big funds. We have plenty things to do if you talk about life, talk about the terminology of social living or something like this. I cannot, I learned everything because we work with all of this now, but I understand there are plenty of other things in other categories, and I would like to also to say how the government works with a pilot project. What is an instrument like this? The pilot projects will be implementing things that the mechanism will have, and we will understand that we need to have some changes in legislation, and the only thing that we can understand, that we cannot avoid going to the parliament to the amendment, it's a pilot project. Here, the expert community, and we also must talk about this because it's also the instrument, and it's very changeable. You cannot say about when you're talking about the classic legislation, but we have it's short term. The project cannot live more than 3 years. It's connected with the war condition, but as a lawyer about such instrument is different. We have been tested all of the decision, and in parallel with both with the parliament, we the changes, and approximately optimist has the changes in year time, and we are realist, and we understand that it's 2 and more year. And the pilots show us analytics. You should do it. But if you criticize, you must offer something. You talk about the project, it's our project, our budget, and we can come to the detail. It was very good to compensate the price of lease, but something went wrong because we have not such 1,000 of families which have enclosed such agreement, and we, together with our partners, we have been given the survey analytic service, because ministry not always have resource, time, and motivation to provide such survey, especially when you criticize it. And thank you to our partners, we have the report with the mistakes that we have. If we talk about the least middle price, it's like a shadow market of without a clear decision how you can make some changes, how to give some, not to be afraid of such project, but being understanding about our mentality and understanding the category who has a free housing. I don't think we will be quick quantity of one to have this list and give the compensation, but we have such question, have done this question, and maybe it will be something revolutionary and something more, but still we didn't agree on political level, and we have some criticism. We have the encouraging to change some other acts to regulate it. It's absolutely normal, and at such platform, it's very cool to say about defects. And not about our victories. And some other victories that we have, it's the crediting of compensation of first input and other payment, and also we have more cooperation with the banks, and we have, but for today, statistic we have a little bit late statistic. I have statistic as of about October. I have within the certifies in notes, explanation notes, we have such credit receivers, and really 20, maybe something more. It's not the result that we actually planned. We had, we don't have the response now how to solve this problem, because housing, it's very expensive, and people who suffered, they want to have in property, and state cannot give the property credit, and it's like in the property, but IDP is not the first time IDP, and it's very unjust, but we still must find the model where we can use this resource, this restricted resource, but it exists. And in effect, Ministry of Social Policy will spread it, and our task is main principle is justice to spread it, and the efficiency, it will be the next component to have this more components, so lease agreement and other, but once again, that we have some complex decision. It's only a platform how to design it. Miss Lena, thank you for raising this question and raising of this spectrum and this condition of martial law. It's very important both for mechanism for IDPs, and thank you for realistic view for IDPs, and for such things that for you have underlined this gap that we have, and we should decide legislation. And then I provide you to come from the well into social services and talk about innovation for IDPs. And Mrs. Oksana, we all know that Ministry of Social Policy has realized this problem and new approaches for social services. It's social services that money follows people. It's also the medical nurse principle. It's the services concerning living of IDP together with support of IDPs. And this is a decision which are oriented on needs of IDPs from a point of view of elderly people and such experimental people providing logic of cooperation. And this context I would like to define, if you support IDP, the separate attention for vulnerable categories, people with low mobility, people and elderly people from IDPs, and what, in your opinion, here must be the key orientation for long-term decision in a sphere of such categories of people? Thank you for the question. Probably I will start from social services. I have been talking about this. It's non-material support, it's not financial support, and it's not subsidiary. It's about the support of professional. It's a separate kind of support. It's not only about internally displaced people. It's about the vulnerability, and you should have professional nearby who will help to understand the situation, get clear the situation, will help to plan other actions, how to overcome the situation, to come out of the situation, to improve the condition. And must be some person who will be who will help the person to get into some to development such and help person to help a person and independent and feel dignity, because we can help a different material way of support, but people will not be able how to use it, where to go for employment, and how to plan our specialist work with our people who are disoriented and apathic, and they need to be stimulated for person to willing to life, how it sounded, maybe professional activity. We have the we have 40 different services, and they will be given depending on different questions. They're not connected with the status. So a social service, it's not about the legal status of people. Even if we are talking about IDP, the person can have some condition, but health condition, some turn, social connection, can have cases even of domestic violence, or this person can need different involvement and different questions, and social services will be given for the sake of different for finance, and first of all of local budget. It's also the state support, and I will start a little bit more. and its participation of charity fund, international fund. The subject who provide the social services are actually very, very different. And the thing that we actually have such subject with claimed that they provide the social services. There are more than 400 of them. They not all everyone work with the IDPs, but they all work with all people who need for support. And unfortunately, we have the decrease of people who provide. I talk about the common sector. They referral to us. We don't see everything. We have the same. And if we will analyze those quantity of people who have got such one or another support, you have to analyze more than another. We have load, a very big load for us. It's one of the challenges that you should need to solve. Another challenge is that due to the full invasion, needs have been changed. If you are talking about social services, if psychosocial, talk about the emergency response, as care people respond, they can stay home without close people. And they need to have such, it's a temporary decision to place a person who have lost the house. And here we have look through the services. We talk about the improvement. It's better to keep psychosocial support, or we move another direction. It's a person with the disability. It's also the challenge, and we should think how that all safe must be without barriers, and the person must feel how to feel. How maybe someone will help, and the person will ask for the support. If we talk about internally displaced person, the services will be given different. And I will say thank you for the territorial community, for them for giving their own formats, giving such for such services. And previous year, we have plenty of people. Thank you for the organization who have been involved to our projects. They cope with all of the conditions which we prescribe for all of the experimental. And they solve the question concerning the providing support. And if we talk not only about the services, not only for such people, through the network, it was served more than 10,000 of people. It was more consultative psychosocial support, and this is how work with internally displaced person on the level of community, but all of the changes, challenges in lack of people, lack of resources in the communities. This ministry has started to work over this. Helena has also why we started to launch the experimental project. From one part, we work about formation of new services that we didn't have. You should modulate and understand how efficient they must be, how they must. On this first panel, we remembered about resilient, and due to the result of this project, we try to talk about such service and to take into account the mechanism and the organization of the financing of these services. That is why modulating the new services for IDPs. Here, the support of communities, the improvement of such services that we have, and the ability to work of some kind of model, come to sustainable decision. The things that we seen today for transit point need the social worker who need to work with people. To understand to get involved with this process, to decide this material project, to understand where you can transmit. You must have such doctor. You should, as possible, long-term medical nurse support. It will be the stabilization of the person. And this idea we have after we have tried to work with internally displaced person on our sanitary institution. We were talking, and now we also talk about the shelter, service, stationary, and social adaptation. But in sanitary institution, we used to have medical staff who help stabilize. And people were ready even to go for a job, even if take into account that people were with disabilities and old people. And also have active people who, so it's long-term decision. The person can come here. We have more than 200 of institution of healthcare, and we have not more than 40 people, but in principle, step by step, it works. And the thing I would like to pay attention, it's not a quick decision. It's a question, but we cannot see the result. And when the person needs to change the style of behavior, must have 1 year, 1 whole year. You need to have a new decision. And unfortunately here it's different. And after medical nurse service, and it's very important that on this stage and the medical nurse services, and you need to have social service, and you need to use this on transit. Social service will provide this work on medical nurse and give the person to the social services for training, and then when the person will be stabilized, when the understanding is different, and the treatment to the life to work it out once again. And of course today in our shelter I have 23 persons who are contracted, and after shelter we need to have the sustainable decision for the person. It's very important to such questions. Elena have told the house and person must come there. It's very important because it's take care station. It's also sustainable decision, because not all people can come out of difficult decision, and you will need such support during all life. And know this, and the support of life. It's also a sustainable decision. It can be a sustainable decision. Now we have hundreds of persons who have such people and life on their own. We have some cases when after active work with people in old age, people found their lives, they again started to work. It's the same thing about the people with disability, and here it's very important the role of social workers. You need to learn people, to teach people how to work with people. And because they work with the question, no matter it's in IDP or people with children or family with children, you need to work very complex way. And maybe you need to help people to find work. Maybe you need to provide social support for the person, and we will call it plan of work, but it's not plan, not for the social plan, it's for people, because without the involvement of person it will be very difficult to move something from the place. So it's both for new service providing, for about the modeling of the whole model of support of complex to IDP, and of course it's not always for people to come all of the stage, can come from the transit on their own with close people. I'm not always used to follow all of this way, but the stage can be done if it's really needed for the people. And financial mechanism and social services, it's for authorities of municipalities and community, and our experimental work, it's a new financial mechanisms, social services, and the changes were made into the law, and now we work over the normative acts, and we got to the from experiments to constant decision, and must be the service of social adaptation. We will relate it and we will walk it through on our basic of our colleague will tell it more detail, but without the service it's very difficult to integrate someone, because okay, you gave the shelter, it's a shelter, eat, you have something to eat, and that's all. But this mechanism for adaptation, you should need to have it, because without this mechanism, it's very difficult to tell about such adaptations about the person. Person must want it. Mrs. Oksana, thank you. First of all, thank you for mentioning the necessity of multidisciplinary approach for social services. It's a critically important question, which is really was over the social services, but it realized about such things. The key, all of the services will be provided. And if I did understand you correct way, in the context of such things, that model has had to turn to the sustainable decision must be complex of social services, and one experimental project must fill another and act in such a system. You are correct to understand it's a system of support of person to the integration. It's very important for a person to get involved into all of this project, so we can work, we can for one stage to the last one, but we should have this. Mrs. Oksana have already told about social adaptation service, and I would like to underline for everyone that for protection pilots, the Centurion Slava and now social service of adaptation don't have the legislative expression because it will be worked out, and it's very important to have work which will be made by the services, and the service it's come to clear that the service must be what kind of it be the necessary competence of the services and what kind of results must be gained. And I would like to ask the question. The adaptation is being shown that between crisis and migration is a fundamental stage which call for a clear model. And what things should you take into account due to the project in such service? And as for the service must reflect not theoretic aspects, but real needs of IDPs. Thank you. Thank you, Helena. Thank you, Oksana. I have heard everything you talked, and that it's very good that we're doing it. Let us move correct way. I will tell a little bit more about service, and then we realize in Margaret Slava, and due to the provision in 55, 31 March, year 2024, as a new year present, and Batkivshina, I will tell about Slava. As sanatory that we are realizing such project. Why it has occurred? Because we had such a necessity towards the social support of IDP, and here we must say about the old people, like vulnerable category and people with disabilities. This provision will join such main services, which supportive living, when Centurion gives temporary place, and social adaptation. We have, and we see that plenty of dwellers of sanatorium don't need to have such medical support. They need, they can live on their own, that support living, and correspondingly, we don't have such a target to have some institution for providing of such services. We come with needs assessment, and not we must we don't have such aim to work independently. We want to work this together with a specialist and somewhere to change this experience. And we made the needs assessment of all of these people who live in this centurion to assess the resource of people for living on their own. And unfortunately here we have seen that people were not ready to be honest with us. Unfortunately, it's not enough some people to help us. Yeah, I don't have children, and then they have a son who is able to buy this. Say some situation about some via humanitarian organization. We are not to check everything. And we are not always aware about the pension payment and so on. But maybe the main thing was that we have in sanatoriums life, we have a term of staying, and due to our work in a half of a year, when people opened it and people understood that we have to help them and they can get adopted, and we have the waves of quantity indication of trust, and saying thank you for our website and our website. And after assess of needs, we have made individual plans, and such assessment we also pilot them, and we give the recommendation in some kind of things. Besides, we actively launched the individual services as social, legal, and psychological. There are a lot of about the certificates and so on. I think it I think that taking such concept buying of the purchasing of the psychologist, and we didn't have such resources. We involved partners, and we had such nice cooperation, and in my opinion we were able to develop the network with the Proliska, and we used a lot of partners and employment center systematically come to people who in center, make some lectures about the possibility of vouchers receiving. And we have, unfortunately, one experience of such thing. That person, the person have training, on training of cook assistants, and they have possibility to pay for lease agreement and living on their own. And we have launched that we have the territorial, but it was partner works and different case management and transporting, and we have some events. Beside our individual work with beneficiaries, we have the plan of systematic of group measurement for such work, and we it's very simplifies the possibility of our beneficiary to get in touch with their relatives and go abroad, and who could learn how to make some request, to have some different kinds of help. We also have such events concerning the psychological condition. We have thematic of how to find friends after 60-year-old, how to care about yourself, how about healthy way lifestyle, about body, about communication with people. And it's one of some you have some about the who saying the cooking masterclass, and but think that was very interesting. We think that we make such 2 months master class, and we have such that I have not baked anything for 3 years. And beneficiary has poetry. There's a lot of the very creative people, and we have beneficiary with empathy, who couldn't even imagine that he will be able to cook something, and we have helped him. And we have people after stroke who told that they didn't do anything for these 2 years, and because they live there, they have staff, they have people, they have nothing to do. But it seems to me that we made some hope that the person is able to do it, not taking into account who can do everything on him or her own. So due to such complex of, it's like individual consultants, due to development of partner network, and the same we have directions for rising of capacities of expert of the specialist of Slava Sanatorium. For today, we have a year of realization of such project. We have 32 beneficiaries who are active in adaptation. It's 130 beneficiaries who have found the decision without us for the transmission adaptation. It's talking for me that due to this complex, people have seen possibility for themselves due to the help of our lawyers. And we have people who have the certificate of and transmitted efficiently. And we see that a lot of decision and compared to beneficiaries which we supported in adaptation. And through these cases, successfully we have cases both in abroad and within Ukraine. We connect with all relatives, and we check the readiness to meet them. We find the partners to transfer the people. And now we also have the stories of cases when people were ready to pay lease agreement in the rural premises, and we have involved in parallel the organization which made the repair. And if they have the needs on inclusivity, this thing, and we the partners to maximally for this live in this and take into account this was lease agreement with the It's very important. Don't leave the person alone. We all must understand that the moment of transition, some living with me, that we made the social adaptations. Adaptation, it's even started more global after the person is moved off from this place, and we both need the partners, and we have pretty big range. People travel all over Ukraine. It's very important to have such post support. Thank you, Mrs. Ola. You have unbelievable support approach for such support, and due to the count of our, you have underlined all of the spheres which people must be integrated, and you provide all of them. And I think that such social adaptation has the age of the adaptation, and I provide to offer to come to interconnection between the connection of housing and the involvement. The vision is a more separate decision. And all of every of this decision has some task to solve, and the project of shows that the support will be effective. Even have two instruments which are connected; they not compete, but emphasize each other. And here we have such approach for key integration and such theory for internally displaced person, how and where he or she wants to move. And here we have the question about the shelter and work. It transforms the role of employer, and he becomes the element of social infrastructure of internally displaced person. How you can see this role of the employer in state policy and normative scaling, for how you see it as a basic one for integration and implement it into the legislation. Thank you. Business becomes a social partner now, and first of all, I would like to say thank you for my partners. I have heard plenty of interesting things for me and my colleagues. I would like to show my presentation, and first of all, I will start from the scene that the shelter and work. It's a project that we have already presented. This question was the February. The initiator of this project was Galina Yanchenko, the deputy of Ukraine, who has accumulated all of the results and has created the big platform shelter, where people who had housing and were looking for the housing have found each other at this platform who provided the house. And what for today, we understand that the availability of housing is not enough. We should make this initiative bigger. And for today, we have priority not only the housing, but also the integration. Integration with the help of training, integration with the help of looking for the work, and also looking for the job and the business. if we would like to get in more detail about the influence which will join the social effect. Social effect is the sense that we understand that plenty of people had to have work, economic activities both for business and state and family. When family have to live in comfort work and have dignified work or payment of work. The thing that we have in the system, it's a cabinet of employer, the one who looks for the job and internally quality in the side of a platform. And for today, we already see the active work of business and active business support, and we have socially responsible by business. It will publicize these vacancies and for today how it will work. The person who has desire to find the job, the person can be can create the CV and publicize and also for the employee will present it or represent such vacancies like it has with the help of artificial intelligence. It can be one for the one who looks for this house. And also it's very important that my colleague has told about such we communicate now, we understand how possibility how to work with the social people as when internally displaced person come to the transit way and it has again the how to move on to gain the possibility about the available how we work. It is very important. Thank you for such presentation. I have such a question: how you estimate into the count that it come recently? How you evaluate this will join work and life? Is it enough to have such vacancies, and how can we use it in such nearest future? Nearest perspective, I will say more than 1,000 vacancies we have on the platform, and every day we renew these vacancies. We have such a right triangle which includes business and internally displaced people. It's such a triangle that we work very actively. We have a quantity of business who give work and life. It's such a business that we work, that main focus. Thank you for the answering, and thank you for underlining of such innovation and acute necessity. This is for DPS possibility DPS and go both for family to the same place and understand that this reintegration will be more soft Thank you very much. And then I would like to come to the local decision and communities for internally displaced person. And here we come to the local practice. Maybe we will come to this mechanism we can form on their own. They can fill this program and form such support for.
One of the areas of this work at the local level is the increase of housing, and one of the sources for the extending of the housing available is heritage and also property without owners. Quite often these resources were outside of community's attention, not taken into account in establishing solutions, and very importantly, the experience of communities shows how it is possible to use these resources, and in this regard, let us listen to Maxim's experience. What are the possible results and what are the things are the communities need to take into account? Thank you so much for the opportunity to present on this issue. Our Ladesian community is rather small. We had 21,000 of our own population, 2,400 of the officially registered IDPs. Hence, the problem with search of housing, which we started facing in 2023. We had some healthcare professionals evacuating to our place, and we appreciated this a lot because healthcare in our community was not well developed prior to the full-scale invasion. And here we found a window of opportunity to grow our healthcare. We currently have about 10% employees working in health. We launched surgery, 90% of IDPs. We opened the traumatology unit as part of surgery, 100% of IDPs. We thus were able to increase the income for the regional, to the local hospital from 42 million hryvnias to 72 million hryvnias. So it is almost a twofold increase. Hence, we faced the problem. Where do we find housing, at least for those who work for the healthcare facilities? We considered the option of working with heritage. We focused on the possibility of quickly identifying the persons who died, and we have a system put in place for this. We already have 10 apartments which became public property. We are currently working on 15 standalone houses. We are repairing the apartments. We are not making these apartments part of the social housing. No, this is housing for the IDPs working for First and foremost, health. We provided in summer apartment for the head of the therapy unit. We spent about 700,000 hryvnias to repair the apartments. Also, we then provided an apartment to a surgeon, IDP surgeon from Tokmak. We spent about 800,000 to repair the apartment, and we promise these people that if they work in our community for 10 years, they will be able to privatize this property. Currently, we are launching renovations in one more apartment, and we already have a waiting list. It doesn't that much matter when the person arrived in our community. We are instead focusing on the importance of the specific specialization. So the third apartment will go to the otolaryngologist, which is also the first pediatric otolaryngologist in our community. So we are planning to enhance this experience, and we surely understand that extinct inheritance is not the only solution we need, and it can take over half a year to process all the paperwork. We also had to launch one more local one more local program, according to which we are providing co-financing for those who are renting out apartments and those who work in the enterprises managed by Ladizhin City Council. So first and foremost, this has to do with social and educational areas. Of course, once again, this is not realistic to provide housing to every IDP this way, but step by step we are creating these conditions. We are helping these people relieve the financial load, and actually before the full-scale invasion you could rent out for 3,000 hryvnias, but right now it can be 10 or even 20,000, so it's almost as expensive as in Vinnytsia, the regional center. But we are doing our best to keep people in our community. Over time, it will be possible for the person to privatize their apartment. And yeah, so these are some real steps we have taken. And in case any other participants of your event need practical advice on how to implement this, we are ready to share this experience, and we are ready to provide advice to representatives of other communities, to share template documents, etc. We believe that the mechanism for rent reimbursement, it's very easy to implement. Currently, we have 10 persons participating in the program. Since next year, we are planning to expand. We are planning to have more funds in the local budget. So we can see very clearly this in the field of health, in the field of education and social sector. It's more difficult to assess the benefit that the person is given to the community. But in the field of health, it's immediately obvious. New specialists enable getting more money. And so, yeah, then we are able to assess how many people should be eligible for such privileges. And here in this case, for instance, we can see that we have invested 800,000 8,000 hryvnias into a person, but they have earned like almost 3 million hryvnias over these 2 years. So that's very clear math, and yeah, that's the experience that can also be scaled up to other communities. So we are the general purpose hospital, but we are also able to become more ambitious. We are informing the Ministry of Health of our intention to become a cluster hospital. We fully meet the requirements. We have the necessary equipment, and we believe that in the next 3-year review, our effort will be taken into account. And also, in our case, in the majority of cases, these were the IDPs that were instrumental in this change. Okay, so I'm grateful for this wonderful, useful experience you are sharing. But in case you're asking a question, for some reason I don't hear it. Do you hear me now? Yes, I finally hear you. Okay, thank you, Maxim, for the valuable experience that you have presented. Even in these conditions of limited resources, you are able to help IDPs, you are able to implement solutions, ensuring better and easier access to housing solutions for IDPs. And in this regard, I would like to transition to the question I will ask Mikhailo. We understand that sometimes communities are limited in the scope of their own resources, and in such situations, government mechanisms of financial support become crucial. One of them is the new subvention that has been recently implemented by the government to establish the temporary housing options. And thus, let us ask Maxim a couple of questions. How exactly is your community using these opportunities, and what would be your advice to other communities using this mechanism? Thank you. Our territorial community is also in Vinnytska Oblast, but we are close to the border with Moldova. We had 3.2 thousand IDPs registered, 1.7 thousand actually live in Yampil. And yes, indeed, for the full provision of IDPs with housing, for a couple of years, we worked with donors and charities to establish additional housing options. But today, let me also briefly mention the government funds that we were able to get. I mean here the government subvention. And this year, we took part in this program, and we are working in this field. We selected a building that was not in use. We have developed the necessary design documents. We submitted them to a number of programs, and currently we are working with the national government, and here we were able to finance the design documents. The project envisions 11 apartments for the stay of IDPs. Also, the building will be equipped with showers and kitchens. As we ordered with these design documents. 4 years ago, the total amount of money required then was 3.6 million hryvnias. Back then, we did not have the funds, and unfortunately, we could not implement the project back then. However, in September 2025, the government approved the decree on housing subvention, whereby we could finance building housing for the temporary stay of internally displaced persons. And the only requirement was that we had to provide 40% of financing on our part. So we prepared the necessary papers for participation. We updated the costing, and in just a matter of days, we updated the costing with support of the experts. And now the documentation is updated based on the current pricing. We also have included the requirements on the barrier-free environment. We currently have a lift that would take wheelchair users to the second floor. And so we updated the documentation, and the City Council supported the decision for the co-financing, and we submitted the documents for the subvention, and our community was among the winners. So we got the government support for the capital repairs of the building in the village of Busha of our community. We are hoping to implement it, and thus providing additional housing options for the IDPs. And this way, we are going to have more housing available to IDPs. We also, of course, work with property without owners, and yeah, that's another big area. Thank you for sharing this experience. Thank you for the implementation and participation in such programs intended to provide available housing. Your experience clearly demonstrates that no program can work without proper financing and proper implementation. Very importantly, we need to understand what opportunities and priorities are set by the government for the current and upcoming year. My next question goes to Anastasia. What are the IDP opportunities are going to be open for 2026? Are these actually the opportunities contributing to integration? Thank you so much for your question. Indeed, these solutions that were discussed today depend on the financial resources. So each year we have to assess whether the budget is going to give such opportunity. where there are going to be some gaps, which solutions will keep on being available and which are going to be discontinued by the government. So, of course, it's best to discuss budgets with numbers. Right now, the Cabinet of Ministers has developed the draft budget. It has been through the first reading. Now it's awaiting the second reading and final approval. And the numbers are already known. And also we have got already recommendation on it. So we can see that in the same way as in the previous years, there are budget deficits. Ukraine is still dependent on the international support, and in case we lose international support, our numbers will go down and the government will not be able to finance its projects and programs. And here's the next thing I suggest you to consider. This is the minimum pay, and we can see that there is only slight increase, and actually when getting ready for the second reading, these numbers were increased somewhat, and when analyzing these numbers, of course, we understand that 3,000 hryvnias for a grown-up person, it's nothing really. And we understand that based on statistical data, this should have been 8,000 hryvnias. So we understand that the amounts are not sufficient. And we also see that the minimum pay is only increasing slightly. Right now it's only 8,000 hryvnias. It is proposed to increase it to 8,147. So there is some increase, but it is barely minimum. So compared with the inflation rate, unfortunately, we should state that the increase is insufficient. At the same time, there are the budget programs intended to address the housing and other needs of IDPs. The time is limited, so let us focus on things we can see. So we have compared the numbers we saw in government budget for 2025 with what is intended for the year 2026, and in some cases, like the case of this program, the compensation for destroyed housing, we can see some increase. However, if we analyze this, and if we see that throughout the year the government was reassigning some amounts to other programs, we can see that in practice the total amount spent on some program can be much higher than what's intended. So, for instance, for the year 2025, the total amount for the home project was 460 million. Currently, the total amount to be spent is 4.6 billion hryvnias, which is way more. And also, if we compare the amounts intended for the next year with the actual spending of this year, we understand that there actually will be considerable reduction in the financing. There is almost 50% decrease if we compare the amount budgeted for the next year with the amount spent this year. And also, we are getting this data from the open budget portal. You can get the data from there as well. There are other programs that were implemented throughout the year. For the current program, the possibility of using the funds is still there because, well, the passport has been updated and the money has been allocated as it was not used in other government programs. This area is surely important and is becoming increasingly important. The budget is envisioning compensations for some kinds of real estate that was destroyed. In this situation, the story is the same as usual. There is the amount budgeted for the current year. There is a slightly bigger amount budgeted for the next year. But if we take into account all the adjustments in the allocations, you understand that the plan for the year 2026 is much more modest compared to what was actually spent in the current year. There is a similar situation concerning one more program, compensation for the destroyed housing. For the current year, the plan was 3 billion hryvnias. For the next year, the same amount. It looks like the financing is going to stay the same, and the money is already budgeted for. Now, when we see the updated annual plan, we find a totally different amount, over 8 billion. The 100% of each has been used. So this raises the issue on whether we will have sufficient funds for the next year. And the same trend can be seen in a number of programs. It's the same trend, and this is why, unfortunately, we see the need of additional financing in a number of programs, which will most probably entail additional steps to be taken by the government in the form of requesting donor financing to cover for this need. Because if we can see that this year some serious changes were required in terms of increasing the budget, the same will be taking place next year. If we consider some more programs, not only compensations, we could consider some other fields. For instance, subventions from the government budget. The kind of subventions that were presented by Mikhaila. Currently, in the current year, the intended amount was 1 billion. Actually, we saw the final updated number in summer and early fall, and gradually the numbers were going up. Currently, the subvention is available for reconstruction, renovation, construction of premises such as temporary housing in the communities, but we also see that there was some change introduced to the name of this subvention, and currently the name is financing for the development of housing for temporary stay and support and living conditions and housing in the rural areas. So, as the name has changed, most probably the regulations will be updated, such as the relevant decree of the Cabinet of Ministers, thus the possible use of these funds can be redefined. One other important aspect is the social support of citizens. We understand that there will be a program combining funds for a couple of very important purposes. The name is a social protection of people in difficult life conditions. Compared to the current year, we are going to see a bigger amount, and we can see a bigger amount envisioned for food, 39 billion hryvnias, the provision of the mortgage support as prescribed for the ESL program. There is the amount of 4.4 billion hryvnias. Here we also include the payments to persons with disabilities, low-income families, and the payments for the temporary placement of IDPs. Also, we need to pay attention to the fact that the government budget provides for some discounted loans for the internally displaced persons, which is yet another big potential area. They could buy the housing they need, and they could start using the housing on a permanent basis. So there is this program that is quite popular, the program for discounted mortgage, and for a long time it was financed through KfW. It was indeed very popular. Many people were included in the register. From time to time, some selections are happening, and according to Держмолодежь, we were able to support over 1,000 families in buying their housing. Also, 2.3 billion hryvnias was received. And this will enable 100 families to buy new housing. So, if we consider what's been envisioned in this program in the budget for the next year, we can see the amount going down in comparison with the current year. It's going to be just 128 million, and actually this amount should be financed by means of paying off of the previous loans. So the new loans are now strongly dependent on the behavior of those who received the previous loans. If we experience any delays, there will be practically impossibility to provide new loans. So the government, we believe, needs to take measures in the form of engaging international financing to support this very important program. Also, there are some loan programs available. The program for individual homeowners in the rural areas, we have more or less the same amount envisioned for the next year. However, this amount is contingent on the behavior of the previously served people. Also, there will be some discounts for those who was part of the defense forces in the anti-terrorist operation, but the amount for these purposes is the same as for the previous year. And we can also see that only about 50% of funds actually become available. There are also other programs available for people who are currently residing in dormitories or who have insufficient number of square meters to live in dignified conditions. They can benefit from this program. However, what we can actually observe is quite serious limitation of these funds. So here we had 9.8 millions. For the next year, we are seeing only 3.3 million hryvnias. And we also understand that only 42% of the money was used this year. Actually, many more people could benefit from it. So there are lots of recovery programs and subventions that are available to the IDPs and communities in different fields of life, but the issue of using funds is still in many cases problematic. It requires some active participation of the government, and we also need the Court of the Auditors to confirm that there are necessary procedures approved by the government for the use of these funds, because if the procedures become only available by the end of the year, quite a big share of the funds is still the money unused. So hopefully the final version of the budget will be ready soon, and the protection of IDPs, vulnerable populations, and society at large will be sufficiently financed, and we will be watching these amounts change in the upcoming years. Thank you so much, Anastasia, for underscoring these key elements of the government budget and the barriers and challenges that can be faced next year. Thank you so much, dear speakers, for your expertise, for your approach to the IDP integration, and for your dedication for joining this panel and sharing these key messages that will lay the foundation of government policies in the future and contribute to the possibility of IDPs to meet their needs. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, so we start the discussion. Discussion till 5 o'clock. You can have this language comfort, and we have simultaneous translation, and the discussion, financial, and the priorities. I will represent moderator, Save the Children Ukraine, Sonia Kush. Mrs. Sonia, you can represent. I would like to do it for you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. So thank you for joining this panel in which we're going to discuss some critical trends and challenges in financing humanitarian and social protection programming. The ongoing war has created a humanitarian crisis that's not only affecting millions of lives, but is also straining the resources of both local and international actors. So as we gather here today, it's essential to not only reflect on the evolving landscape of humanitarian funding and the unique challenges faced in Ukraine, but also the innovative solutions that can help ensure the sustainability of aid efforts until aid is no longer necessary. As we explore the current trends and challenges with our panel, it's crucial to recognize the role of donors, the private sector, and local government in addressing these issues. Donors play a pivotal role in providing the necessary financial resources, but their efforts must be sustained and coordinated to maximize impact. The private sector can bring innovative solutions and resources to the table, while local governments are essential for ensuring that aid is delivered effectively and sustainably. Earlier this year, the World Bank estimated a total financing gap of more than $9 billion for recovery and reconstruction needs in Ukraine this year. While there has been a clear decline in overall funding recently, the need for humanitarian assistance continues across the country. As we all know well, the response in Ukraine requires not only immediate relief, but long-term support to rebuild communities and restore livelihoods. This gap highlights the ongoing need for sustained international support and cooperation. But in the midst of all these challenges, there are also opportunities for innovation and collaboration. Early funding commitments are crucial for maintaining protection and assistance programs. Public-private partnerships, innovative financing mechanisms, and the localization of aid efforts can help build resilience and support long-term recovery. By working together and leveraging our respective strengths, we can ensure that humanitarian and social protection programming in Ukraine is sustainable, effective, and responsive to the needs of communities. Today, we're going to hear from a panel of experts who have firsthand experience in addressing these challenges. Their insights and perspectives will provide valuable context and guidance as we navigate the complexities of humanitarian funding in Ukraine. I'm confident that our discussion will not only shed light on current trends and challenges, but will also inspire innovative solutions and collaborative efforts to support the people of Ukraine in their time of need. So thank you, and I look forward to an insightful discussion. And now let me introduce our expert panel. So immediately to my left, we have Sean Edgerly. He's a humanitarian advisor at FCDO. Next, we have Marlene Breyer, who is the head of humanitarian at the German Embassy in Kyiv. Next, Oleg Masik, who is a humanitarian program officer at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, also known as SDC. Then we have, of course, Yulia Sforsh, the director of NGO Girls. And finally, Oksana Kuyantseva, board member of East SOS. So thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. What I'd like to do is open the floor first by asking all of you the same question, which will help us lay out the general trends and challenges as you see them. And then we'll come back to each one of you with some specific questions more geared to, who you're representing today. So just to lay out the scene in terms of trends, what are some of the most significant challenges you see related to financial sustainability of humanitarian and social protection programming in Ukraine? For example, how do you balance the need for relief with long-term sustainability? How can we work better with private sector and communities? However you want to touch on that topic to sort of lay the scene for us would be very helpful. And Sean, let's start with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Sean. I'm humanitarian advisor with the FCDO at the British Embassy, Kiev. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the good kickoff question. Get straight into the big issues. I think it's worth, from a donor perspective, reflecting that every donor that you come across in Kiev or elsewhere operates in a different way. There's no one single model of how we do things. That takes different forms. So, some donors control resource in country, make allocations here. Some do it from capital cities. Some do very bespoke bilateral programming. Others do more stuff that is less so. So it's worth just understanding when you're talking about a donor, which donor you're talking about and how they operate. Even really basic things like, what their financial year is can really impact what happens when they're willing to commit funding at any point in the year and when they're doing their strategic thinking. So perhaps 3 to 6 months before you start doing the allocations. The other thing I'd just like to flag as well before I pass on is, I guess, just this message that global aid budgets matter, trends in global aid budgets matter here. When we spend development money, we refer to it as official development assistance around the world. And it's true that has been declining globally, certainly in the last year, but before that as well. To some extent, Ukraine has been protected from that relative to other countries. I appreciate there have been reductions here too, but not anywhere near as dramatic as we might see in other contexts. But it does mean that whilst we might start off with a relatively protected baseline budget, it means that come later in the year, there's less opportunity for top-up funding for additional resources and so on. So the global picture does affect things here. And maybe I'll also, in another question, come on to talking about the competing priorities within official development assistance as well, because humanitarian is not the only game in town there.
Thank you. Marlene?
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Sean, for mentioning how donors fund differently and how this has massive effects on the programming. I think one of the challenges that I would like, or I've been trying to nudge down a little bit deeper, is kind of the sustainability aspect and the long-term financing. So we struggle with our humanitarian budget to bridge long-term needs because the way how Germany defines humanitarian is very short-term, and we only get our budget on a yearly basis, basically, as well. But we try to make it as much as possible for our local partners to have sustainable and predictable funding. But it doesn't always help with addressing very long-term needs, but especially on needs of people in protracted situations after evacuations, for example. It's very important to have funding available that will help them after the immediate shock. And it's a bit difficult for us to program this because this is not only a humanitarian angle, but we also need different actors involved, like local governments, like private sector, exactly what you mentioned. So I think from a perspective of a traditional donor, Ukraine is not really a traditional humanitarian landscape. And I would we've already seen quite a lot of new innovative financing instruments on this, but I feel like we still need and think outside of our box a little bit more. And I'm very glad to sit on this panel, and also very glad to have fellow colleagues here on this panel who already are bridging this gap and are teaching us and how we should fund differently, and also giving some great examples. So great, and looking forward to hear from the others as well.
Thank you, Marlene. Oleg.
Thank you. I think most of the participants in the room are Ukrainians, so I will switch into the Ukrainian language. Мене звати Олег, я представляю.
My name is Oleg. I represent Swiss Embassy. I work in localization and protection. And maybe it's not empty word, localization, if we talk about everyone, because many people are talking about this. And for us, in principle, both as Embassy of Switzerland, I will be more better position comparatively to colleagues, because in year 2022, we have been working directly with Ukrainian organization, and we hear a lot of things that Ukrainian organizations are difficult to receive financing and international NGO. We as embassy were involved in this process here 2022, and we were trying to get involved, and we are doing this now, and we work that involves, we have some trend in decreasing of humanitarian aid for Ukraine, but the Embassy of Swiss continues to support Ukraine, and we have everything stable in concerning the financing. We have more problem how to spread these resources in order to cope with such since we with that possibility we can cope as efficient as possible. First of all, in the Ukrainian organization, but both with international one. We took the things that we have place for everyone, both for international organization and for national. And for us, it's very important to understand what kind of place it must be for everyone. And when we have such priority, we have a priority for Ukrainian organization, we must understand what kind of role international organization can play in this process by providing the international support. That is why for us, I would say we have such a challenges concerning internal administrating of all of the process to be able to cope with all of this with such resources that we actually have. Thank you, Oleg. Colleagues, I'm great to all of you. I'm Yulia Sparish, director of Devchata, NGO Girls. Maybe not everyone you know what I'm doing. Ask why I'm here. Besides, I'm director NGO Girls. I also represent Ukrainian organization as 11 humanitarian team of Ukraine, HCT. Also, I'm in the Council of Humanitarian Fund, and which is the biggest humanitarian fund of Ukraine, and you probably work with this a lot. And besides, we as organization the broader gender and humanitarian response, and we think about when organization and deal with gender mainstream in humanitarian response. So that is why I have some hats, and I will talk today from the position as a person who constantly advocates the interest for Ukrainian organization before donors, and who lobbies women organization and in the direct financing. And as I come into many coordination group, I hear a lot of things how you how you can balance it and how you can respond for constant changes when they have you have threat of drones and strikes reaction, and the main challenge is hyper prioritization of geographic, and because more the majority of donors focused on crescent, and it means that IDPs who evacuate from hot points in central part of of Ukraine, they don't have such a support because they don't have such organizations that they have such financial. I will bring you a good example. We work in Zhytomyr city and have to the psychologists 3 months before. At the same times, as our team works in Kharkiv region, the settlement in 3 other organizations who provide psychosocial help, and we have such hyper focusing on it's a problem, it's a challenge. Alexander Kuyantsy, a member of SOS, in order not to repeat such things that we have told about, I will tell you that geographic priority, it's a big priority. When, for example, we as an organization this year, we wanted to close Cherkasy and Kropivnitsky, because be present and provide the psychosocial support. We couldn't find any donor who would be willing to support the team, and we have plenty of offers for financing in pre-front line. When I talk about the team, the financial sustainability in our work and the focus on program work, not large project work, it's different things for many organizations in Ukraine. And main actors have rebuilt their thinking in order to make the project and come to such thing that could coordinate with the state, with other partners, both locally and international. And such coordination is a key thing to spend money in an efficient way. And we will find the point where you can avoid spending money. You have some money, and the second moment it's expertise of people, humanitarian people expertise. Our fund is famous because we may provide the civil evacuation of civil population, and evacuation is must do with a lot of training, team building, and so on. If you lose such specialist, it takes time and money when we lose such specialist. And the things that how to make this effective and sustainable, this team, how to it's about teams which are already working, and then don't lose resource and money to create on more time new teams, and take new people, and lose time to provide a good quality of service. Thank you.
Excellent way to provide the bigger picture on the topic of humanitarian financing, and you've already hit on many important themes, such as the competing priorities that donors have to address, the need to be innovative and think outside the box, the challenges that we're all facing with the need to hyper-prioritize, geographic prioritize, when we know that those are leaving so many needs unmet. So look forward to also hearing from all of you. What we're going to try to do is leave 30 minutes at the end of this for questions from you. So please, if you hear something that you want to know more about, just remember it, and you'll have a chance to ask our panelists some questions directly. But maybe we'll go through 1 or 2 more rounds of individual questions for you. And Marlene, we'll start with you this time. So looking forward to 2026, what are the key focus areas for German humanitarian assistance in Ukraine? And how do you see that these can contribute to long-term sustainability?
That's a good question. So just recently we had our strategic talks that are taking place in Berlin, and with virtual participation of many Ukrainian colleagues online. And we kind of we gathered a lot of input of what's happening on the ground, what are actors, what are they requesting, or what do they think the most important need is. And I mentioned before that we think the sustainability aspect is very important. So we try, so I'm representing the humanitarian side, but we also have a development ministry. And we, in Ukraine, we try to create kind of nexus projects. So that one partner applies to both humanitarian and development ministry for funding with a project that addresses humanitarian needs, but also finds some linkages for longer term, for addressing the longer term needs. And we want to strengthen this. We want to create closer linkages, and we not only want to look at the frontline needs there. Of course, we know the hyper focus on the front lines, but we know that there are especially long-term needs all over the country, and we really try to address this, and we want to have it in a more coherent programming than we've done previously. Unfortunately, we also have strong or very harsh budget cuts. So we've had a lot of partners in Ukraine, and we have to drastically reduce our numbers, which is not good and not great for programming either. But we want to make it a bit more, put a more focus on partnerships that we've created, and look at the linkages that have been created, that have been working, and try to bridge this in a more sustainable way. So this is, I think, what we're trying to do for the next year, while we're also continuing to fund as local as possible. We have, unfortunately, also very strong limitations from our budgetary rules, but we've tried to find our way around this through new innovations. We've launched the Help Localization Facility this year, which has just awarded its first grants to the recipients. There will be a kind of a startup conference in December, and we will have another round of funding available, which I think right now is a call for applications going on. So I think it's very exciting. This is a new instrument. It's a new approach that we're trying here in Ukraine, and I'm also looking forward to see how this is going to be implemented in 2026.
Thank you. That's I think all of us who work for implementing agencies find that very refreshing and welcome, that you're really trying to look at those linkages between humanitarian and development. So despite the budget cuts, it's still positive news. So Oleg, SDC has really taken a leadership role in looking at duty of care. Can you tell us more about how SDC has incorporated strategic thinking on duty of care into ensuring financial sustainability of humanitarian programs in Ukraine?
Thank you. Maybe the colleagues who are in this room right now, you have heard about SDC participating in advocacy for humanitarian workers. A brief reminder for those who could miss it. I believe it was 2023 when we first traveled to Kharkiv to see our projects at work, visit our partners. Even back then, it was quite understandable that in Ukraine, civil society was taking a big part in humanitarian development, and that they were working too close to the contact lines and places where humanitarian organizations were not operating. But these people were very scarcely protected with personal protective equipment, etc. And since I was traveling with representatives of Switzerland, and they are experts in insurance, and we discussed that insurance for volunteers would be a good option. That was a novelty for Ukraine, but we managed to launch this project, and for over 2 years we have been providing insurance to the volunteers. And we did not stop there. In 2024, we did a little research and we developed the minimal package for the duty of care, which includes some minimum level of insurance, some training, some first aid medical kit, and we believe that every donor should include at least these elements into their budgeting, because the safety of those who are saving Ukrainians is crucial. And we are going to be able to evacuate people safely. And we have different donors speaking to us. We see the feedback from humanitarian community, and we can see that what we are doing is not yet enough. So we keep advocating for more donors and international organizations to include these things into their budget. And we understand that this entails some additional costs, but in our opinion, this is very important. We are doing our best to advocate this on the international level as well, and we are working with the international community to have this included in the Ukrainian legislation. So we truly hope for our messages to be heard. We have the colleagues from some organizations here who have implemented these practices. All of this actually works, and we can ask those who work in the fields.
Thank you, and we do appreciate STC's leadership in really bringing visibility to this important topic, duty of care. Yulia, your organization is obviously very well known for addressing the unique challenges that women and girls are facing. How do you address these, though, in a sustainable way? Have you found some ways to do that, or what challenges do you face in this regard?
Дякую за питання, тому що жінки є
Thank you for your question. Indeed, women are those who suffer from the war the most. Even if they are not relocated, we have a triple load, such as family, earning money, and taking care of the older members of the family. And also, if the woman is an IDP, she has to adapt to the new conditions. The most difficult thing now is that the crisis in the United States has had the impact on gender priorities. The U.S. was the largest donor for a big number of gender-focused programs. This is why we lost financing for some of our ongoing programs, and about 90% for women's organizations had to close at least one of the programs this year, because there is no other donor that could compensate for such a huge loss. And even our long-standing partners who have been supporting gender equality, helping overcome GBV, they also had to cut some of those budgets and redirect them to defense, which is also a good thing as a Ukrainian. I'm glad to hear about the defense advancements, but of course we as an organization have to deal with this. Also, 95% 95 safe spaces in Ukraine were closed down. Thus maybe 100,000 people were not able to get psychological aid, provide help to the children, also retraining and access to digital services. These were the services provided in those centers quite often. From what I can expect as of now for 2026, the women's organizations have no more than 25% of what they had in 2024. We will see over time some impact on the activities of women's organizations, I believe, in the second quarter of the year 2026.
Anna, what are the most pressing needs in the communities where East SOS is mainly working, and how do you ensure that your interventions are sustainable?
Actually, we work in all the government-controlled areas, and actually, our activities exemplify the combination of emergency response and the long-term needs, and supporting people in their permanent place of residence, support of activists. We have some development projects. We have some war crime documenting projects, etc. When it comes to the needs assessment and the way we work with them, this is first and foremost about coordination with the local self-governments, with the local activists, organizations working in the field who know the situation firsthand, and also the ongoing monitoring visits that we also do to be there, to see the people in need, and having this general picture with all the sources of information coming together. Only then can we be sure that the way we respond to crisis is in line with the need. And I can share that at some point we have to have some disputes with the donor to highlight the things that are actually of the highest importance. So previously it was, for instance, believed that we can only work with vulnerable populations, but in order not to create tensions, we also have to support other households. Even though it may happen that there is a certain family in which people are of young age and they are in good health, but for instance, they have lost their sources of income. Also in the host communities, we are quite often starting from what's available. When we started to look for housing opportunities, we found that in the center and west of Ukraine, there was a lack of houses in which the elderly could live. We lacked the places for supported living, and we proposed the donors to support the construction of those so that the communities would manage them later. This would create jobs, and in those facilities we would again have half of the places available to the IDPs and half of the places for the local population. And we realized that the need for this was quite high, although we didn't see it before we started working on this. And this long-term placement is something that gives us a chance to show the full cycle, to our international donors and supporters, showing how we can bring together the humanitarian and development component. And speaking of the efficiency of the use of fund, people will be coming back to their homes close to front lines unless we create conditions for them in the host communities. And once again, we will have to spend more money to bring them back. And this becomes the issue of financial efficiency, making sure what we are doing actually has sense. And once the sense is lost and the operational activity prevails, we need to speak to the donors with the proposal to become more flexible.
Sean, in your opening remarks, you talked about having to address many competing priorities. Can you talk a little bit more about that? For example, when FCDO is making funding decisions, how do you prioritize and allocate funds in a way that you're ensuring that humanitarian aid is effective and sustainable?
Yeah, thank you. To give one example, recently in October, we were provided with a small uplift of funding for about nearly $20 million, and we had to decide how that was going to be allocated. And I think one of the big questions that challenged us then was how much of this goes to humanitarian, as we understand it in the HNRP, versus how much goes to winter energy needs. And I think that was an interesting conversation to have. I think we came out in the right place on that one. Those two things can complement each other, but it just gives an example that it's not just humanitarian that official development assistance is spent on. So within the embassy, we'll be given an annual budget allocation for development assistance, but that has to be split between humanitarian support as represented in the HNRP, but it also goes to things like governance, to social protection reform, to energy infrastructure, all those kind of things as well. So whilst we do planning on a 5-year basis, which is signed off by UK government ministers, there is still a degree of flexibility within that, which allows us to pivot towards different needs as they appear, as the context progresses. So there are different priorities for development assistance, and then trying to get the sort of relative level of effort there is very important. But I would agree with what Marlene said about better linking up humanitarian and development, however we want to define those things. Certainly a big push for sustainability on our side is the localization thing, but also localization including government systems and services, which is why I mentioned the social protection reform as a kind of medium to longer term exit strategy from some of the more acute humanitarian support. And then, of course, like everybody else, within the humanitarian sphere, we will continue to prioritize and reprioritize based on how we judge the situation to be, informed by colleagues such as yourself. So primarily, we continue to see this as a protection crisis, with protection as the most significant need. And we can discuss the different aspects of protection, but that is right up there. And then alongside that, I think we see certain specific material assistance needs related to things like shelter, to water, heating, those kind of things. But then also space in Ukraine for multi-sector assistance in the form of unified cash packages or multi-purpose cash, whatever we want to call those. So there's, I guess, priorities within priorities within priorities, which do evolve. And I won't claim that we always get them completely correct, but that's why, I quite like the comment about the dispute or the explaining back to the donor things. I think that is something everybody should be encouraged to do, because it's by that kind of interaction that we can help set priorities that really reflect the reality.
Thanks, Sean. I can get a sense of how difficult it is to make some of those decisions in this environment. I think we'll do maybe one more round of questions and then open it up to the audience. Oleg, we'll start with you this time. So what role does SDC play in supporting the capacity not only of local organizations, but also communities to lead humanitarian and development efforts?
У нас досить різноманітна.
We have quite a diverse support system. The Swiss humanitarian aid started on the large scale in Ukraine back in 2022. We have over 15 people in this team alone dealing with humanitarian aid, but also we have developmental projects. And so if we want to truly balance this with the development of the civil society and the communities, we have different mechanisms. I work with protection. Specifically, I mainly work with civil society. We believe that here in Ukraine, civil society organizations are the closest to the communities in many regards, and we decided to keep increasing the percentage of Ukrainian organizations supported. We also have the so-called flexible actions mechanism, which implies a direct interaction with communities. As a rule, the communities in the center of the region. So as a rule, the community has a feedback loop with us, and we are able to provide support based on that. This mechanism has been there for 2 years, and it's quite good because we are able to avoid contracting some organizations, but instead directly respond to the needs of the communities. We have a big pool of engineers dealing with water supply. They work with utility companies along the contact line, and they are always in touch with their communities. We are doing our best to combine these mechanisms.
An important part of the bigger picture of the response. Yulia, so you are a very effective advocate in this response. And I wonder, what role do you see for organizations such as NGO Girls in advocating for policy changes, whether it's for donors or member states, to support the financial sustainability of humanitarian efforts?
Дуже гарне питання, дякую.
Very good question. Thank you, Sonia. We actually are advocating on multiple levels, and we are advocating with women's organizations directly. We are sharing among them the information on what donors are looking for in the partners and how to become the partner the donor would be willing to work with. Also, we work with the international partners. I am the head of the supervisory board of the Platforma NGO, and that's a very good platform where we can advocate on the duty of care and what Ukrainian organizations need to do to be able to get this little line in the budget that they can spend on care for their team. We have very practical communication. We intend to make sure that Save the Children has this line for every implementing partner, such as East SOS, enabling to spend 1% for the support of the team. This is the second level advocacy that we are doing. And the next level is the donors. That's what I do as part of the Ukrainian humanitarian fund board. We have initiated a review all of the UHF budgets on the issue of distribution of overheads. In case you are not aware, according to the UHF policy, any participant, the lead organization or the implementing partner, has to get 7% for the overheads. And from the analytics we got, 70% of the projects only this percentage provided overheads between 5 and 7%. All the rest were distributing this money differently, and thus we underscoring this inequality between the implementing partners and the lead partners. The next step will be the obligation for everyone to give the 7% to the implementing organizations. This is something that should have happened quite some time ago, but in practice we see that it's not always happening. That's what we do.
That's true, and all these advocacy efforts are very much appreciated by the wider community, so thank you, and for everybody else here that's been engaged in these topics. Oksana, and given sort of the vast experience that East SOS has had for many years now, can you give us examples of any innovations or innovative solutions that you've come up with to address financial sustainability of your programs?
I believe the best solution or the best decision we made a year and a half ago was the idea to diversify our financing sources, and we started to get direct financing, or at least we started working on that. So what we actually hoped to do as a Ukrainian organization working in Ukraine and consisting of Ukrainians, we managed to persuade the embassy of Sweden. We were implementing the direct financing mechanism for Ukrainian organizations. In the same way, we were having discussion with Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. In both cases, this was successful. We are proud of these partnerships, but we are not seeing this as our financial security only. Actually, we are giving others an example of how Ukrainian organizations can be financed directly. We are also showing that Ukrainian organizations are capable. They can manage finances. They can provide all the necessary accountability, and this is our mission as we can see it, as we participate in the Alliance of Ukrainian Organizations, Alliance of the Civil Society. We are showing a good example, and Ukrainian consortia are being established, and Pulse is one of those Ukrainian consortia. it's not that much about the absence of the international partners, because we can have it there. It's about appreciating the strengths of each other and being able to complement to each other's strengths. We can complement each other with the expertise, with the services we provide, ensuring successful referrals. So within the consortium, we can effectively redistribute costs within existing projects. In some cases, in the middle of the project, we would discover that much funds are still available. We were looking for some organizations able to implement certain activities, but there was a lack of established communication. And speaking of the activity of Ukrainian funds, these days the dialogue is now more open.
Because everyone is dealing with practical activity, it's no sense to take this responsibility. If we are talking about such innovative scenes, it's a direct partnership, and the scenes that we see, like a Ukrainian consortium, and we are pretty aware that what must happen now. It's understanding of international partners is that Ukrainian organizations are not better and worse. This cannot be always vertical from leading to implementing. It's the same organization which can allocate their money and use it in efficient way. If it will happen, they will get rid of this fear to trust this many things will be more efficient, and there are many things which were made in very many things, and we are a very pretty good example, I think. I would like to add that since that Oksana have told, I agree that the international organization must be aware of such a partnership. And also I would like to add that Ukrainian organization also need to understand that they are equal partners, and understand that they have such, because from my experience I see very frequently that I see that Ukrainian NGOs underestimate themselves, and they don't show that added value that they really bring to humanitarian response and to the. So you need to pose yourself like a strong NGO to have clear understanding for the donors, and I think it's we have lack of such understanding in Ukrainian humanitarian society.
Reinforcing that important point made by Oksana. So, Sean, FCDO as a donor is very well known for getting involved in policy issues. So what role does FCDO play in advocating for policy changes that support long-term humanitarian and development goals in Ukraine?
Thank you. Great question. I guess I would take that on different levels. I would look at policy within our own organisation. Like we're not one single brain. We've got many different opinions. I would look at policy within the humanitarian sphere. I would look at the Ukraine policy sphere. So our relationships with government here. We've got excellent relationships with government and a very close working relationship. And then also, I guess, our diplomatic engagement on humanitarian things. So this famous humanitarian diplomacy that we talk so much about. I think within those different things, internally, it's partly about how we prioritize, which I alluded to before. But this idea of working with UK government ministers to set out a 5-year vision for where we will be in the future and what sustainability and transition look like. Within the humanitarian sphere, I think it's the kind of policy changes that I guess most people will be aware of, but you know, this next year we're going to be pleased to see the HNRP move to a thematic basis rather than a sector basis. But then within that, I think it's continuing to push to maintain some of the gains that we've made on things like multi-sector cash, about maintaining the prominence of protection within all of this. And of course, the thing that everybody's touched on today, how we localize that as much as possible. I think some of the reforms to the humanitarian system have been maybe hurried along a little this year due to funding reductions. But many were needed anyway. So I guess I think what happened with funding earlier this year was obviously not a good thing. But at the same time, it represents an opportunity to try to, under the humanitarian reset, to maybe achieve some of these things that have eluded us in the past few years or decades. And then with the government of Ukraine, as I say, it's a very deep and positive relationship between the UK and Ukraine. I won't speak for my embassy colleagues who are engaged in all kinds of other relationships, whether that's on the sort of defence, security, cooperation, whatever. There's a whole range of things going on there. From our side, I think I mentioned earlier, one of the big things that we liaise with is on social protection reform and how social protection services can be a kind of exit strategy really from this kind of long-term, more unsustainable donor support. And there's ways that we sort of try to incentivize that as well to bring about greater collaboration between NGOs, civil society and government. So outside of the humanitarian, but still in development, we have a program called Spirit, which is geared towards social protection reform, which has, for example, a small grants facility which supports NGOs to become sort of government service providers at a kind of hyper-local level, with a view to kind of shifting that relationship away from institutional donors like ourselves. But that's just one example. I think others might be our engagement with the government of Ukraine on topics like international humanitarian law, and Ukraine's made some amazing efforts on its kind of voluntary reporting, on its kind of IHL commission, which has got very close links with the UK's National Committee on IHL, and I think this is really positive and shows the kind of the kind of open-minded and broad-thinking commitment that Ukraine is showing, and does much credit to Ukraine. So yeah, there are plenty of policy areas for us to engage in, but the other thing I'd just finish with saying is that when we liaise with our partners, when we talk to them about this and this, we would really urge you to remember that it is not just a funding relationship between donor and partner. It's much more than that. We would like to work with you where possible on some of these advocacy issues, on some of these policy level changes, on identifying the key themes. So please do include donors in those conversations, because I think the two sort of sides of that working together, whether it's humanitarian actors and donors, I think once you combine those two things, you can actually achieve quite a lot in the policy space.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for that reminder. I mean, it's really policies in the end that are going to drive the long-term change. So I hope everyone took note of Sean's request. Marlene, we'll end with you. So picking up on what Sean was saying about the Spirit program, How does the German embassy in Kyiv collaborate with local governments and communities to ensure that aid is delivered effectively and sustainably?
Germany has been a really strong partner in the decentralization reform since its initial phases, and we continue to have really strong partnerships on the development side on this, on the policy and on the development side, especially through the U-Lead project, which is implemented through GIZ, which has local offices in the different Humadas and is really helping on a local level. Unfortunately, being based in Kyiv, it's sometimes hard to follow that. But we know that there are a lot of great initiatives through city and oblast partnerships with German partners. Like my hometown is a partner city of Zaporizhia, for example. And we, at the embassy level, we get flagged those partnerships quite a lot. But it's very interesting because they develop naturally and very organically. Like it's not that from a federal government level we have to engage or we have to initiate them. It's most often that they actually come up from a partnership level, from Humadas looking for partners in Germany or German cities approaching us with kind of like we want to strengthen our relationship with Ukrainian cities. And it's we just sometimes create or try to create an enabling environment, but often it actually already takes place without our direct involvement, and that's really, really nice to see. And I think there are so many more initiatives and great examples that I'm not even aware of, and good to see to stumble upon them when we are able to go out in the field, but even more important that they are already already in function and already established.
Great. It's great to see that's part of the German government's priorities. Now, colleagues, we've gone through a few rounds of questions and we've heard so many rich examples, lots of topics that they've raised. I'm sure this has stimulated some thinking of all of you as well. So we'd like to give you the chance to ask our expert panel some questions. Does anyone have a question? Great.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. I will sit here. Maxim Latsiba, Ukrainian Independent Center for Political Science, NGO. First of all, I would like to say thank you for international organization for the humanitarian support that you provide. Google hints me that from the very beginning on full invasion, more than $10 million of humanitarian aid, humanitarian support was given to Ukraine. Thank you very much for this. But it's not easy to fulfill it. It's one of the questions. It's a pretty difficult, archaic legislation. A law about humanitarian aid was approved by Tsar Yanukovych time. It was pretty long time and very difficult, both for international organization and Ukrainian organization to give such. Should you pay income tax or not? How do you respond this for tax services, for Ministry of Social Policy? And the question is, we always have been thinking about the archaic legislation, so 20 million, and how you treat the things that you can support advocacy consortium which advocate the approval of a new simple legislation about humanitarian aid. Actually, it's $150,000. It's enough for everyone to be more simple on the level of legislation. The question for the representative for donor organization: how do you see the perspective, and are you ready to support such initiative? Sorry, maybe I am beyond the context, but we have such work provided. We already have amendments for sub-law, and we already have this. We are like a part of platform. We have such a platform and in aliens and platform. And if you have a desire to get involved, it's already we already have it, but it's advocacy work. It's going on. Sorry, speaker doesn't use microphone here. We have this work is by the organization at the level of working group, which directly incorporate with ministry and represent the consolidated vote from Ukrainian organization. Now two groups wait to take place. I will make you familiar with them.
В кого ще є питання?
Questions from anyone?
Thank you, Hanna Horanich, Dnipro, RTP. Maybe I probably have some question to Mrs. Yulia for a representative member of corresponding council. Today we have plenty of them, and one of the question: how do you think, in your opinion, intercluster coordination can influence for involvement of financial and subdivision of direct due to some priorities, if you talk about such measurements concerning the protection? Your opinion, because there are plenty of information in this direction and substructure in such council, if they have some kind of influence, if they have their own your own vision. My opinion is personal. First of all, cluster must have such small humanitarian research clusters where the main authorities which have brought the priorities in HNRP, and UN is the biggest humanitarian donor due to the volume financing for Ukraine. The things that it has such priorities which are given by clusters, and how clusters advocate the needs inside of the structure, has established and structured the project where they can be financed. Always it was in such a way. And for one who beyond the context, we have the reformation in cluster. It's a global reformation, and in reformation you have it, and each state establishes the role of cluster for the future. So I don't know what to respond for the next year, what kind of cluster will stay, how you can enjoy it, and how you can the humanitarian trend and has ideal coordination and so building out, and how it will be. You will see it in the principle of UNICEF and how it will come, and cluster will influence and advocacy in UN NGOs will influence. Hannah, okay, did I respond? Good afternoon. The question next is connected with reformation is architecture, and the question concerning the strategy about financial support, not only direct services but local coordination. We have been talking about this, and we're talking that very interesting how strategy for the support of local coordination, because it's not a secret. They need financial support for the development and the productivity and efficiency. Thank you.
Я можу просто сказати,
I can only say that the localization for the embassy is very important, and we are finding how to develop the localization in partnership. It's a very simple way, but more innovative project. We will look for this in the way of so-called co-funding for Ukrainian organization and different issues of our advocacy and the support of innovating approaches, localization and local level will be interested for us. We will also get a friendly love in left and right sector. Do you have questions? Maybe I will comment it. Such discussion about the budget, about the local coordination, like T level and the what does it mean, HOG, who will pay for this banquet, it will be on discussion. I know for sure that OCHA has a budget for coordination and has a planning for such budget for year 2026 financial. In some year we will have, I'm not OCHA, I cannot respond on them. And globally, we make some coordination like a part of localization. And when we have about local actors, we talk about not money for.
This is also about the responsibilities. For instance, if there is an international organization and a Ukrainian organization, and together they arrive at some solution, will UN agencies be ready to implement the decision of this regional coordinating body? So coordination is not only about money, it's also about impact and the extent to which decisions can be escalated to OCHA.
Anything, or are we move on? Okay, go ahead.
I'll just add briefly, I think it's a great question on coordination. It's something that we would group in that group of factors that we would call the enabling environment. So certainly from our side, I know I've talked about some of the sectors or the mechanisms, but I would say that we would normally fund 4 different types of things. We would fund protection activities, assistance activities, something related to recovery, resilience, whatever you want to call that. But then the 4th one that we would always fund is related to the enabling environment. So that would definitely include things like coordination. It might also include things like logistics. It would certainly include the important things that Oleg was talking about before on duty of care. But I think, yeah, absolutely right to include those enabling things. I guess the question is, how do you package that in terms of a proposal that is complementary with other things that are going on in the area? How do you best target the geography and the scale and things like that? But yeah, absolutely agree.
Thank you for raising that point. I think we have about 15, 20 minutes left, and so I thought we could wrap up. I'm going to ask you again the same question, and would like to hear from all of you. Having heard all of the comments today, the interventions, the questions, so what are your key takeaways? And particularly, I'm interested in hearing your advice to us as the audience. How can donors, the private sector, and local governments work together more effectively to ensure the financial sustainability of humanitarian and social protection programming in Ukraine? So what would you see as some concrete next steps, and how would we be able to measure the success of this? Yulia, do you want to start?
Well, to me, a good option would be having humanitarian donors and developmental donors sharing a table. Even in the German embassy, there are two big departments, and in the Swiss embassy, there are two big departments. We know that the same partners are being financed both from the humanitarian wing and the developmental wing, but we do not see coordination within the donor community. I do not see this desire of humanitarian donors to sit down with the developmental donors and discuss where the gaps are, even within the same embassy. Looking broader, many people say the word nexus, but I don't feel it. I mean, yeah, these are some particular projects, okay, but the global discussion is not happening. I would very much like it to happen in 2026, or even now when the planning is actively going on. The humanitarian donors, because of hyper-prioritization, are stopping to finance the long-term support projects. But what about the teams, the locations, things that already were developed? Are we investing into all that to close this down in just a year? An example, we had a team of 50 people hired, then the project suddenly stopped, and well, should all of them lose jobs now? Because my HR team has spent 100 hours to hire all of them. If the donors told us, okay, we do not support this anymore because it's not anymore a priority, but partially this can be financed through the developmental financing. So my request is to create this platform for successful discussion between humanitarian and developmental donors, and for honest communication about things that can and cannot be financed. This would simplify our lives a lot. I will continue, and I will start from the point I support the things Julia is saying, and this is actually something we are advocating for together in the internal and outside meetings, and things we are discussing at the HCT meetings. When you understand that this is the only way to proceed with humanitarian projects, well, at some point there needs to be this moment when we bravely say that humanitarian response can only happen effectively if some preconditions are met. Someone needs to be brave enough to review the programming, because, well, some locations have been approved before, and some funds are available for the UHF, available for the Crescent only. But right now we understand that the shelters, the temporary resident locations would not be effective, but because of the short-term nature of these programs, because of the timing required for planning, because of the obligations already taken, sometimes the decision is taken to implement rather than stop and start to redo things, despite the bureaucratic aspects. So, yes, the funds are becoming scarcer, and the opportunities are now scarce. But if we spend the money ineffectively, we are basically taking away the opportunities from ourselves to provide support effectively. We also spoke a bit about also private support, because the main focus of the discussion was about cooperation with donors and international organizations. When it comes to business, I believe corporate social responsibility projects would also be a good option. Many businesses are supporting local organizations. Quite understandably, it would be difficult to support institutional development for a business, but some product or service that they are providing anyway, this could be one thing they provide, helping the organization to implement their activities. But for this to happen, the organization needs to be stable in the first place, and this is where the donors can be supportive. If we support the institutional development of the organization, if they make sure the organization can sustain all the operational functions, so the logistics people, the communication people, etc., those who are not directly engaged in the field. If the organization has some money for the strategic sessions to just sit there, think about the possible ways ahead for the recovery of the team, etc. If they have this money and opportunities, they are then able to work with business, and the scope of this can be different. Some company would be interested to support the construction of some facility from scratch. Some would be ready to support a trip of children to some place in Western Ukraine. All of this is possible if the organization initiating, administrating, and providing the service is stable enough and confident that they will be able to keep operating at least for some time in the future.
Thank you, Oksana, for that practical advice. Sean, I'll turn it over to you now.
Yeah, of course. So a few takeaways from my side. I think just to remember, each donor is different, operate differently. That Ukraine will continue to be affected by trends in global aid budgets. You should understand priorities, but also try to inform priorities from what you know. Communicate with donors, be open, have a two-way dialogue. It allows for greater flexibility. Do some of the things we've not touched on today, I guess, but we could do another day. Is around things like some of the barriers, I guess, so things like due diligence. I know that many of us have talked about that a lot. The challenges that throws up, the ability to measure results and impact in the work that you're engaged in, all these kind of things. But I guess the kind of the obvious takeaways for me are around localization, having a good vision of what localization means, including NGOs, civil society, government, private sector, and also about the sustainability. I don't think I can give a magic answer on what is sustainability. I think it's the same as everywhere. It's about protection being integrated into other things. It's about diversifying funding. It's about being cost efficient. It's about all these kind of things. But I think it's been touched on a few times today, but that policy change is where it's really going to be. And also just drawing those linkages between the private sector, civil society, government, and working out what that looks like in the future. You know, in the future, ideally, you won't have institutional donors sitting here, but you will have civil society, you will have the private sector, you will have government, you will have NGOs. So start thinking towards what that looks like.
Thanks, Sean. Very helpful final reminders for us. Marlene.
Well, I think Sean basically already said everything that I wanted to say. I think, my main takeaways from this session kind of is how much we already, all of us, engaged on advocacy and how much we've already achieved and how many things, like little things, were already made better and maybe more inclusive, more localized already. But of course, there's still much room that we need to improve on, like fair share of overhead costs, fair share of planning, involving local actors in planning and a lot of things. But I think the key to achieving all of this and to achieving better sustainability is coordination and advocacy, and continue to really speak up on the matters that are most important and where you think the change can be, to drive the change, actually. And it's important not to think in silos. Actually, just not every organization needs to address every needs that there is, but to coordinate better. Also, I think what we need to get better on is referrals. I think it has been mentioned before as well, but also to think big of what a solution can be, and maybe also think big of who could be the drivers of enabling this solution. And this is definitely in terms of time frames, and not everyone also can be there for until a problem is solved. Also organizations should refer to each other for longer term needs and also for access to longer term funding. And then definitely also look at who are you advocating to? Only, as Sean said, it only should not be international donors sitting here, but we need to involve other entities in these discussions. On sustainability, especially also on financing, it's very important to involve local governments and to make local budgets available for those kind of services and needs that we need to provide for, and coordinate and advocate on those things together.
Thank you, Marlene. Oleg, you get the last word.
Я додам до того, що колеги сказали.
Yeah, I will only add to what the colleagues have mentioned. There is the impression in the donors community that there is insufficient engagement of the central government in the coordination of humanitarian aid and setting some strategic framework for what we are striving for. The coordination is happening locally or regionally. Sometimes we are slightly confident whether all the priorities of the UN and our colleagues in the field are exactly in line with what the UN is speaking about and how the humanitarian aid should gradually transition to development. And also, quite often there was criticism of international organizations saying that they don't always see Ukrainian organizations as equal. Now we are also seeing the opposite happening. Ukrainian organizations that have become stronger are becoming less kind to other Ukrainian organizations that are not that strong enough yet. So we need to think about localization as a way to show in practice how the partnership should truly look like rather than competing for finance.
Thank you. I certainly appreciated hearing all of your points of view, as I'm sure the audience did. You know, we started out just laying the scene with the challenges. We had a very difficult this year with the funding cuts, and that really took sort of a while to come out of. But I think hearing not only the challenges, but some of the advice as well that we've heard, some great examples about innovative financing. We've heard that our donors also grapple with some of these challenges around how to make decisions. We heard about how policy development is so important in the long run, affecting some of the changes that we want to see. And the last round where we talked about how important it is that it's not maybe this crowd that's sitting here next year, but it is a representative of donors plus private sector plus local government, and show how all three of those groups are really working together hand in hand to look at the response and how it can be sustainable and how it can really help Ukraine in its time of need. I think that will be a real key indicator of success. So thanks to all of you for your time. Thank you, panel, once again, and have a good rest of the day.
Я дуже вдячна за ґрунтовне проговорення.
Thank you so much for the in-depth discussion of the topic. We are having a coffee break now, dear colleagues. I actually someone who needs coffee and exercise. We will also have a photo zone available. We also we'll have photo exhibition, and in half an hour we are coming back for dialogue between Sergei and Yaroslava Shevtsova, communication head of Right to Protection. Please have some coffee and please pay some attention to the virtual reality space where you will see Sumy Transit Center. I actually spent some time there. I benefited from this virtual visit, which is available both in Ukrainian and in English, and it really lets you experience that place where people are starting their pathway when saving their own life. So this is absolutely fantastic feeling of reality. You are able to see things the way they are. Thank you so much for your attention, and please let us all